is up? This is Last Call Podcast Live. What's up? It's Friday. We want to start this thing off, man. I know what I'm going to do. I got to drop the link. It's Friday. Welcome to the live. You're a subscriber. Welcome back. I'm trying to do stuff and talk at the same time, realizing I'm not great at that. Do I even have my mic on? Can I hear myself? And there we go. You catch my video this week. I decided to do a little bit of a light one, you know. To play that one there too. I was trying to do some, you know what? Might not be able. Yeah. Probably turn that down a little bit. Lauren in the house. What is up? Josephine. I'm going to drop the link right now. Then I'm going to pull it up. Don't want none. So we do the intros there. Check out the stuff. Do me a favor, man. Like, share, and subscribe. Get into it. Damn, it's Friday. You know what? I was looking back at a couple. Whoops. There goes that. I was looking at a couple things. I can't believe like a year has passed and I've been dropping these once a week. But point is, this time in October, man, I was deep in the hell do you call it? Halloween, man. I dedicated the whole month to it. I think Joe's in the house. What's up, Joe?
Yo, what's up?
Chilling. Happy Friday. All that good stuff, man.
I'm just getting comfortable. You know my dogs start acting crazy when I'm on the live, so I have to make sure that they.
Hold on, what? Is it me sounding muffled here, or is this you sounding a little muffled on your end? What's going on?
It's probably me. I said that, it's Friday. My dog's gonna start acting crazy, so I had to bring him inside.
Right. Get them all situated. No dinner yet, so I'm gonna be hungry during the course of this thing, But that's what I gotta do, man. Until I'm more disciplined, which seems like that will never happen.
I don't know why you just don't get something, a bite to eat on your way, so that you'll have it ready, so that you'll be able to eat.
Plans, and then part is come back, change, and then maybe go back out, and do everything in one fell swoop. Doesn't always work like that, man. What can I tell you? Go down here. What is this? To all those families. Yes. Yeah, man.
Did it just happen?
Let me see how many is up to. Do you have a count there, Lorna? And there's an update about a couple things here too. Want to get into, You said about 19 or 20 people. It might be up to like 20 people or whatever.
This just happened?
But, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I know you sent something. I didn't get a chance to check it out, so I don't know if you just want to drop it and present it later on. I mean, it's pretty open, whatever you want to do. Want to catch up on some stuff, that's in the media, more or less, the stuff that we do. Get some opinions. You had a show on Sunday. If you wanted to do some recap on that also and how you found it, if you were happy with the final product or just the involvement in it also, all that good stuff, if you want to get into it. And, just, man, it's just seems all over the place in there. So I know you said something about the music too. I was listening to some music myself over the course of the week. wanted to start with a couple songs actually and put that on, but whatever. Didn't get a chance to do that. Maybe at the end, if people stick around, for the treat. The thing about playing music at the end is if they strike it or whatever, I could just cut it out. It doesn't have to be part of the main damn thing. So, you know how we do it, man. And that's the deal. Um, Lorna says, no, I here this morning. It was 19. It might still be. Most of the time they're up to date with that stuff. But I haven't really looked lately. So I don't know. I do a bunch of things. The politics, the nonsense that goes into it. What's up, Mrs. Murph in the house? I caught a glimpse. I had to do replay game to catch your podcast there. So I'm just some minutes in. Saved it. So I'll be able to jump back to it and see the thing. Looks interesting though. Looks interesting.
Yeah, I was over there actually
Yeah.
doing. I was over there doing work hours. Don't tell nobody. I don't want to. I don't want to lose
Mm-hmm.
my job. Just kidding.
This is your government shutdown happening here.
Yeah. So so just to go into what I sent you, I do want to actually play it here because
Okay.
it's hilarious to me. But I just wanted to give you the heads up.
All right, that's cool. I guess I'm gonna learn as I go, pick it up as I go.
Well,
Never we do.
well, so a little bit about that is related to the whole Umar Johnson saga and this movie. Because of course I'm taking it, I'm learning things every day. So,
Yeah.
um, what I sent you was, remember I was so intrigued by the bodyguard, right? So
Right.
the bodyguard actually does acting work, and I
Okay.
have found some of his work, and he used to be a wrestler.
Really.
Yes.
Now, what was your intrigue with this the bodyguard? What is it that made you zone
Well, what made me zone into him was because when I had pulled up the movie, well, when I typed in the Umar Johnson movie, right? Because I wanted to see when I was trying to find out when she actually made the movie, right? Because
in?
we were kind of on my channel, we were kind of talking about the dates, right?
Right.
So it popped up on IMDb, right?
Oh, is
And
that
as
right?
I was scrolling down, it showed an image of the bodyguard, and his name is Kenny
Uh,
Hendricks. And so, in his own right, he had, when you click on his image, he has little demo reels of movies and things that he's done,
okay.
stunts and stuff like that. So that's interesting because, you
It
know,
is.
I was wondering, if anybody actually got paid to do anything in the movie, right? Or did she hire somebody? And it's a possibility that, this is probably one hire. And my question is, why would he, what was he just a Umar Johnson supporter? Did they pay
Hmm.
him? Did he hire them? Did he tell them that it was going to be a movie? Is this a friend? Like who
Hmm.
is this guy? So yeah, so I was going to show some of the video clips
Or is
of
everybody just involved for their own gain? Their own agenda to be part of this thing.
yes,
Everybody kind of hitched their wagon to it. What up, Dan? My opinion. So yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. Yeah, I could see why you would question that. Observant enough and to see if there's more to that, and just who the people are that surround or around, the situation also.
right. And
Right.
then I also, which I'm not going to say it here, but I did find a motive behind maybe the reasoning why
For
she
for the
and
ghosting.
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. It was. kind of asking quietly for some reason.
Oh, okay. No, I have a motive. I think I have a motive, a speculation of sorts of why the director of the movie may, it's not just about notoriety. It might be a little bit more sinister than I
Hmm,
thought. I still can't.
really?
There's still no record of any, court cases related to Umar Johnson at all.
I think Information Man showed a check. I don't know if you
Right.
saw that the other day on his reaction or live or whatever.
Right. But
Um,
see, I don't want to see a check. I want to see a deposit.
okay.
So it's a little bit different for me. I
But
I
when?
want-
When do people get on that though? I'm not. I'm not. Let me try to give a little benefit of the doubt. When
what?
do people do that?
Well, see, the thing about it is when you deposit a check into your account or the check has been cashed, you either take a picture of the check and you put it in your bank account, or you deposit it into your account. Like, we don't know what if the check is good or not. We don't know if it's a legitimate check. And
Okay.
checks out, people don't use checks that much anymore. Somebody said that it was a when they say, was
Money
it a
order.
money order or some sort, like a cashier check. Um so all I'm saying is that, it's possible he could have paid her. It's possible. But I'm just saying that there's might be some sinister reasons for why she's coming out more than just this is about Umar. It could be court, just court related
Hmm.
stuff that's way more sinister than you can imagine, but nothing related to Umar Johnson per se. I don't want to put her out there, but yeah.
Kind of hear it, but then why this angle? Maybe even I could understand the financial route, getting into that and some of the details, but this is a weird one to inject yourself, back into his whereabouts, and then cry victim. I hate
Well,
how much alike these two are. I think
right.
they're very much the same personality types. The very She calls herself the queen, and the queen got some tea, and it's like, just chill out.
The other thing is that, all of a sudden, she only has one live stream on her channel, right? And now she has members, and you can join her channel now and things like that. But
To
like
do
I
what?
said, the other question is, I would like to put out there, is this woman married? Hmm.
I don't get that impression
I know it's weird that you don't get that impression. It's
at all.
weird. Listen, it's weird that you don't get that impression. But my question is, why isn't she using her whole name? Hmm. Was there was there was there a divorce at some point, or hmm?
She seems the type of she'd be tough to get along with, the dude,
Yes, yeah.
especially as her popularity starts to grow.
But
She's
here's the
a tough one
but
to get
here
along with.
yeah, but here's the other thing. Like I said, it's very interesting. Like I said, of her engaging with there's no court record with her engaging with Umar Johnson in any court or anything else, but there are court documents with her name on them. Hmm, interesting. Lorna says, "Isn't anything over $10,000 you cannot write an original check for?" It's possible, correct?
Anything? Oh, I'm not sure.
Listen, all I'm saying is that some people are not good with their finances, in a sense, and sometimes there's can be a legal paper trail that leads you to understand that. Hmm.
Eh, all right. I mean,
But you're right. They're similar. They're similar, and they have some similar characteristics. what I wanted to point out that kind of bothers me a lot, and this is kind of like how we how I think about us. It's don't it seem like to you, just from your observation, that Umar Johnson supporters just move on to the next thing, the next person, the next, and then they pass their support to that person, to that person, to that, the next person, to the, and they kind of fall into the same kind of trick bag with their continuously always supporting. Like, it's not about just supporting somebody who is actually you know scamming or whatever. They go to the next scammer. Like, they go to the next person. Like with her, she supports Polite.
All right.
So
So
so I'm using that as an example. But do you kind of notice that with these supporters, they move on to the next group of people, and then they put their money behind that group of people, and then kind of find out those people are not on the up and up.
right. Okay. Now I get what you're saying a little more. Um, what do you have a motive for why you think these people, uh, you know, transfer and transplant themselves to these different influencers?
Yeah, like, what is your theory on that? Like, why do we, like I always say this in the Black community, why do we feel like we need a leader? And then in the other instance, why do we attach ourselves to people, and we become disappointed in the end, because people are not perfect at all, right? But there are all clear signs. When you, like, there's a difference between supporting somebody and then putting money behind that person, and
Yeah.
then supporting their projects, and then doing all that, and then finding out that they're just as bad as the person or even
Oh yeah.
worse, and then you move on to the next person. Why do you think that these people typically um follow behind? Like, what are they looking for in their life? It's like, just like those sovereign citizens, right?
Yeah.
They typically just go from one group to another. They might go to Hebrew, like they're looking for some place to belong all the time,
Hmm.
but they end up getting scammed. Like, they put their money behind it. They got to raise their hand. They got to be the first in the class. They want to be recognized. They want their opinion to be mattered.
Part of it.
And then that person comes with this whole, like, sob story, like, I'm doing a movie, look, I need supporters. I mean, I'm just, I'm a black person just trying to make it just like you are. And then people get behind them, and then come to find out, they're,
Hmm.
they, I definitely believe in hiring black people, but then they scam them. They do the same thing that Umar Johnson does, and then they move on to the next person doing the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, man, I think that has a lot of answers. Um, I think one part of that, and I hate to say it like this, sound like some sort of elitist or whatnot. And again, I'm trying to be humble. I don't think I'm the smartest guy on the planet. I just got some experiences and whatnot that exposed me to some things. But the more I branch out or try to gain other perspectives of people and what they think and how they arrive, uh, people are easily influenced. I just want to say, I'm just trying not to say people are really dumb.
They suckers.
The general public is fucking dumb,
They're suckers.
you know. And not to say maybe they don't have different sorts of intelligence or good at other things, but this machine is doing what it's supposed to do, right? There's a certain amount, and we see this on the opposite side too. Like the far right, the Charlie
Mhm.
Kirk crowd and stuff like that. How some of these bozos, even black people who it's supposed to offend, come to defend this guy's ideologies and whatnot. So part of it is just like the confusion and whatnot. But I think what it is, part of what it is, are people who want to funnel their anger and frustration towards something like this. Not only this having the strength in numbers, but also having somebody else to articulate and funnel a larger power of your feelings. And in that way, you feel validated in whatever the nonsense is, whatever nonsense you believe in. There's a rabbit hole to go down.
All right, so let me say this, right? So, okay, so I found, and I'm actually
Manual.
screenshotting it. So I finally found the date of where this movie was supposed to premiere, right? It was supposed to premiere in Ohio on March 30th on 2023 at Atlantic Cinema Eastgate, right? Cinemas in Ohio. Now, I see like this lady has back then she had like beautiful, little beautiful headshots. She had little, different movies, different things, right? And I saw clips of her other movies that looked a little bit more together
Okay.
than what she did with this Umar stuff, right? But for some reason, like I said, this is nothing compared to what she's done before. It's like she 3 days, she clipped it together, threw it together, and she was going to release this as a project. And then now she's saying that it
Like
was
a
the worst
documentary.
thing ever. So it doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't add up. The other thing is if this guy paid you, right? Why are you asking for money? Why are people donating money to her? For what?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. It's
why are
weirdness.
we right? Why are we in droves? Like it did she say that she fell on hard times? Did she let people know that because of this
Trying
movie
to
and
recoup.
because of all these things, she's trying to recruit her losses or whatever? And why is her silent partner, which is either the man that she's either married to or still married to or never got divorced to, who's a part of everything that she
Oh
does,
boy.
why why is he quiet about this? What's going on? There's a lot of moving pieces to this. And what I'm asking is if this guy paid you, right? After said on, like I said, what threw me off with her was the TPO. Like you couldn't get a TPO against him, but there's no record of you filing a TPO against him in any place. So that right there was a telltale sign for me. Now, people say they seen this like check because like I said, we we see Umar for who he is. We always have seen Umar. I mean, I don't know if people are waking up. Like I didn't need to give Umar money to know that he was scamming. What he was saying didn't make any sense. I heard what he was saying, and then I started looking at what the people were thinking, and I was wanting to ask the people, do you know that it doesn't say this? Or has he ever worked with any of your kids? I mean, would you allow, like I started questioning the audience more so than him, right? And so my question is, you got your money. Why are you supposedly you got your money? Why are you talking? Me personally,
Hmm.
I don't want to see a cashier check or anything. I want to see deposit, because what that's going to say is that this man is using the school's money, donors' money, to pay people for projects that he was trying to do. So it doesn't make any sense. And number two, I always kind of felt like, what if this whole thing is really a money laundering racket with Umar Johnson? We don't know. We
Mm.
don't know if he
So,
purchased those buildings for a reason and that the people are pushing money to him for that. Like we don't know.
whew, uh,
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. As for her motive, I think that's the main thing that's stumping you or I for exactly what it is. I thought part of what you were gonna say is, if she's done that, um, got her money, especially all that stuff, why isn't it just like, all right, left in the rear view? You know, it
Exactly.
seems like she wants to drag it on for notoriety's sakes, or whatever, whatever. But it's probably more something like this. I think she's got a taste of the little bit of internet fame, and she knows nothing about modern shit. There was something about that video, the last one everybody's talking about, where she's all over the place. Can't
Yeah.
keep a thought. She's talking about this, that. Then she starts talking about gats, you know, about that. As in it, like it's some sort of indirect threat or something like that. She's talking about that. She's over the all over the place, man. She's weird. There's
Yeah.
like if you just let her talk a bit. First of all, I don't. I have a problem with that, and that's probably a little bit of an answer to the question that you were asking before. How people are persuaded, to go from one person. I think people just get caught up in the hype. People want to belong into something. You know, a lot of people aren't as I don't even want to say thrill seeking, proactive or involved. You know, there were times in college and even when I was doing my other stuff, I was doing advanced degrees and stuff like that around when Obama was, when he came around. I did a lot of stuff. I did a lot of writing, and I'm just saying that's one example of a lot of things that I go to touch the dirt to get involved. I think a lot of people, if they pay a couple, super stickers here, there, that's an involvement. If they send a like or if they share or something, yeah, it's some sort of involvement, but not impactful. Not doing it. They don't know what the difference is of putting the work in for anything like that. Right. There's certain people, if you following this guy and you don't know the nonsense, and he's basically commanding you every time he's on social media, get the PayPal. He's not even asking. I don't even know how he gets a response when he's yelling at people. He's not even like, hey, would you, hey, do me a favor. But he's not even saying that. Hit the PayPal.
Exactly.
Hit the PayPal. Cash at me. It's like, God, like who are you talking to? you know, whose pimp is this,
Man,
man?
all I know is that it just seems really suspicious. If I got at least that amount of money and that was it, the case would be closed. I'll be moving on to something else. I'll be talking about doing my other projects. I wouldn't be but like I said, that last live that she did where she was like, first I thought she was talking about Umar, and then she started talking about some other stuff and somebody else, and she was just rant all over the place. And it just don't sound like somebody who just should be relieved that this person who was. Then she said that he had said something about her, that he was not going to talk about her at all when they asked. I'm like, why are you watching to see what he says? I don't understand it.
Caught up
So
in it, man. You know, and this is, I think, part of it also is her newness to this social media stuff.
yeah.
She doesn't know that she's getting roped into, the back and forth, and I got to leave a last word here. How? Because I've been involved on some stupid shit on some news articles going back, finding out that people reply to your shit and they're just assholes to be assholes. And I'm here going back and forth on some shit that doesn't even make sense, way removed from my original argument in the first place. Like there's people that specialize in this shit. There's people that are very aware because, they've been growing with the social media thing and what the etiquette is. But for people like me, beyond, and to this woman here, she is in no way prepared to navigate any of these pitfalls because she just seems so aloof about everything. She, in her little rant, amongst all the crazy shit that she was talking about and everything, started talking about Puff Daddy. And did you even? She started talking about 90s rap. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She was
She's
going in.
talking about it like it happened today, like
Yeah.
it's current now.
Like I said, I do not, I honestly don't believe, like, people said that that little check that she got was legit. I still don't believe that, but it's just, that's just how I feel about it. Knowing a little bit about stuff like that.
Do you
So
believe Umar had the money to pay
I
that?
don't believe he had the money to pay for it, because he didn't even barely had the money to pay to keep the school, and we don't even know for sure if he was able to keep them, but he was acting braggadocious about that, paying that. So we don't know, like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, he has all this money.
Maybe not on hand, but apparently he
And
did
then
pay.
she said, right, and then she said her lawyers and his lawyers, and I'm like, Umar Johnson don't have no lawyers.
I heard
And
he
from
got
what
a white
I've
man lawyer.
seen, huh?
I heard he got a white dude or something like that from Ohio.
Yeah, but thing about it is, I don't see no court documents and no records for Umar Johnson being sued in any court there. So
Hmm.
uh,
Well, it seems like.
now if he owe her money because he owe her money, and that's just what it is, then okay, let it be that. But anything else, I just don't know. It's like it doesn't make any sense for her to still be making all this noise about him. She can stand on her own right. I've seen, like, her, even the actors that was in the movie,
Mhm.
her current movie. I've seen, she did a movie in 2000, and it was like 2016, and the white judge was in it. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, she keeps a cast.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, which I was gonna point out today, but yeah, because she has like she's on the IMDb.
Wow, a few of them are on there, it looks like.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly,
Well, that's a little interesting, you know.
exactly,
Interesting indeed. So, they're probably a little closer with her. So I wonder if they have stories to tell as well
exactly.
about Umar on the set, you
Yeah, like
know?
she has this one that came out in 2015 called Rachel's Ninth Inning. Then in 2016, Toyed Emotions. And what's interesting about one about her biography, she talks about that she's a her first feature film debut was with a drama called Rachel's Ninth Inning, based on her novel, a story centered around on domestic violence in the professional sports.
Hmm.
Now, and then she authored two books called Rachel's Inning, Ninth Inning, and The Little Creole Pig.
Any any review on those?
No,
Anything you were able to take away at all?
no. But what I'm saying is that that's interesting, because that means that she's a strong proponent against domestic violence, right?
Okay.
But she idolized a male chauvinistic male who Emmanuel said she
Right? Full on, man. Holy.
did.
Dangerous.
It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I'm just saying, like, the thing about it is, what I would like to do is interview some of his supporters and to find out what they saw in him, and would they admit that they are starstruck by a person that
Uh,
was on TV, like
no,
just the Breakfast Club, like
no. They are the fact is yes, they are. Would they? Because they're not aware of it. I don't think they're physically, or I should say, mentally turning on the switch that says, I'm smitten, I'm following with this.
I,
They believe in something and then they're following it like that.
I remember a person in our sector who was smitten, and she met Umar Johnson. She recorded herself actually meeting, and she had bought one. She had bought his book, right? But this same person was very mesmerized by a guy in another sector that was kind of like a little insane. So it kind of like, I said, you know what, there's a group of people who really genuinely believe that this man is more than what he is.
Mhm.
They're really, because like I've never seen him like set up somewhere and give away gifts, or you know uh or do anything like, give away food, or do a drive. I've never seen him do
Any
any.
community, right?
Yeah,
Any
I've never
community
seen him.
involvement or outreach.
Exactly. So I'm still confused. Like, what is, are they waiting for a big, like, what is, like, he's funny. I could tell you that, you know.
Entertaining, through no fault of his own, even,
Yeah.
I'd say, you know. Um, there was a video somebody did, and I even did a video, like a short video on it. Um, Umar went to go talk at a HBCU, and the whole point of the video was examining the crowd, how they reacted to Umar coming out on the stage and saying "Black Queens," blah 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 blah, and it was the type of cheering and reception that he got was as though I'm not even exaggerating, like beyond an American Idol sort of deal versus a dignified clap, like somebody having an award or something like that. The reception he got was as though they were starstruck. The same thing. And I think it's because of one of the things that we spoke about before. Um, the how social media transfers, your notoriety from being known, whatever the substance is there, from being to being popular. So people are reacting to this guy, like you said once before, that they've seen in social media. That's the presence, not what he's saying. Because let's face it, the clips are him yelling, acting ridiculous, saying something. They use that clip. He's in the Breakfast Club. The laughing clip after that. There's more clownish stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like the Hotep, these nuts guy, the newer guy. He's that guy's not, there's no substance in that, but this guy shows up. The kids like that go crazy. But if you can, you should see that video, the way that they're reacting of Umar stepping on stage. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, I posted a video this week on my channel, because I remember Dr. Nikki, and hello. She said that Umar Johnson reminded her of Dolomite, right? And he acts like Dolomite. So I put the clip in the back, just like, because I don't know if you saw it, but I put the clip in the back. And so go ahead and let's play this
Is
clip.
this what is this thing up? Is this you?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, okay.
That's
I'll
the
be like, who is this
Dolomite.
person?
How you doing, brother? Don't brother me, you no business born rat suit eating son of a bitch. I want you and that fat slob partner of yours to pay me the money y'all owe me.
That's exactly what I was calling you for. I want to pay you back, but on one condition.
Condition my ass. Is y'all that owe me. I will condition you. I'll put my foot up you and that big bear's ass both.
Look, Petey, Skinny and I are in a bad position. You see, we want you to postpone your engagement for a few months. We borrowed a big piece of money, and we can't afford your competition.
You have the nerve to call me and ask me to cancel my engagement. I wouldn't stop my show if you needed ice water in hell.
So that's the way you want to play, huh, nigga? Well, you know, two of us can play that, you hear?
Why, you...
What was that all about?
Now, listen, I want you to call Jimmy and the boys because the shit look like it's done hit the fan.
What about our little party?
It'll have to wait. This is money. Business, baby. As you know, romance without finance is a damn nuisance.
It's wild.
He act like that. Remember when he said he would go get his Goonie Goons?
Yeah, of course. There's so much. I'd get in trouble saying, I think, what I really want to say with the likeness of this, but very similar styles, probably for very similar reasons.
Man, exactly. What and I thought it was hilarious, and it just so happened that I stumbled across this clip on IG, so I downloaded it and I said, let me put this on my channel real quick before I forget. But that's exactly who he acts like.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Danger. What up? Nikki in the house. What's up, everybody, man? Chilling out. Appreciate it as we do this.
But but I'm just saying that right there just says it all. Like, people seen that video where he faked and called his Goonie Goons when he was going in on Netta, and he had on that that was the best acting I've ever seen.
That tells you exactly who he is, right? Somebody, the type of person to fake call some fake goons. That reveals a lot. And a couple things. So it wouldn't be enough if it would be enough, I should say, if there weren't proof of him acting just as stupidly or unhinged down the road from that, for you to assure you that this is who this guy is. If you even just take that rant that he does and the way that he's acting, pounding his chest, and just the language that he's using in there and stuff, and the way that he's trying to cut into SETI and all this stuff, man, what he's wearing, what he's doing, you would know this guy is not worth following at all for any reason. Unreal, man.
And then he's not charismatic at all. Like, he doesn't even, it's like he's regurgitating things. He's an orator, right. I give him that, but he's just regurgitating the same things, like, what he's heard other people say. So, and then now he's so programmed, he's saying it over and over again. But it's just amazed me how people are so starstruck by this man.
I think also with that, the way he speaks, like he demands a certain audience to listen to him with a certain level of intensity, right? And I think for a lot of people, not just public speaking is difficult, but just like speaking, articulating, and maybe putting themselves in the shoes of somebody who's talking to an auditorium and stuff like that too. I think even a small percentage of those people look at that as authoritative, right? Like, he could do that. He has the ability to talk to people, for a half hour or whatever the deal is. I think there are people entranced by that transfers over to being some sort of a leader for them to be listened to. I do think there's that amount of naive people, not all his audience, because they join for other reasons, of course, and the other fulfillment, like I said, the strength in numbers and things too. Those are those types of people. It's weird. It is weird, man.
like beyond weird. And then my interest was like, who are these people? Did she just find them at the event, or did she hire some people like to
You mean the
do,
actors and stuff?
yeah, the actors and stuff?
She put out an I was going to say an ad, but I took away from it that there's some sort of notification system to put out like some sort of an ad to say that she needed this type of person, looking for this type of person. I think there's some sort of network or system out there that gets actors from around the way to participate in these things, right?
Well, I thought this Kenny guy was interesting, so let me see if I can.
Yeah. So while you get that, I think that's what it is. Now you're getting what? So did you send that first clip to me?
Yeah,
That was one of the videos.
Right. Yeah. So now this is I'm sharing out my screen to show you this Kenny Hendrick guy. Yeah.
I think I know. All right.
All right. So let me play one of his little demos.
The bodyguard.
Yes.
Oh.
So that's that one. Okay.
All right.
Now, here's some of his little movie debuts. Hold on.
Like he's serious about it.
Yes, he was serious about his.
Yeah, man.
Let's see.
I didn't expect that level.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, fuck this clown. $1 million body.
Find out. Look behind the scenes.
And cut.
Behind the scenes. This is another one. Hold on. Let me play
Wow, this is a real
Rolling.
deal.
All right, action. 3, 2, 1. How you look? I know.
Amazing.
And action.
It's over.
Oh. Cut. Is everyone good? Because it looks awesome.
Oh shit! Yeah. I thought that was a real cop.
Rock and roll.
Ram Pro. Send the camera. Oh.
Go down.
Good.
Look, he's the real deal. You hear, man? He's the real
He was
deal.
probably the most experienced guy in that whole thing.
Yes.
He's a true professional.
Yes. And then there's this one. I think this one.
Didn't like the sound effects, Dr. Nikki. Punch in the face. Dark.
Hey, and keep your heads on a swivel. This shit can get ugly in there.
Yeah, very ugly. So follow my lead inside, and we should make it out in one piece.
You think? That motherfucker up there ain't going down without a fight.
That's what I envisioned. That he would when I first saw his face, when you first put him up there, that's what I pictured him doing, some SWAT shit.
Yeah.
Going,
Yeah.
for sure.
But
Well,
that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy.
that is so actually, so that's kind of what I'm saying. He obviously, compared to what I think the people had on that set or around the production, he definitely looks like he's really been there, done that, and he's been, part of these things before.
Right.
Nobody else really seems to have any of that. But at the same time, if you're not one of the household name actors, I guess you're doing a lot of these little gigs around, to sort of, keep like anything, maybe the community theater, this and that. They're like, oh, this is a part for me to kind of like exercise what I do, or, if it ever gets into the right hands or something like that. I think that's why, dudes like him probably do projects like that, amateuric projects like that.
But see,
I am.
what you have to understand is, so now go back to the scene where the guy introduced Umar Johnson, right? As Jermaine
Jackson.
Jermaine Jackson.
Jermaine Jackson. I can't believe. Listen. It was shot in 3 days, but editing didn't have to be 3 days. You know what I'm saying?
She could have did a voiceover right there. But what I'm saying is, he was the security guard there. He took his job very seriously. When he rolled up and dropped Umar off, he took his job very seriously. He was there to perform. He was paid.
Did he have like one line? Did he have like one line or something?
Yeah, he was like, "I'll pick you up in an hour." Are these all her kids? I think so.
All right. All right. Look at you. You know all the dialogue. Not that there's a lot. It's probably like one page of a script.
I would love to get my hands on the script that she wrote. But what I'm saying is, she was proud. She was proud of her product. She was going to show it in a movie theater. She had a date time. She posted it on Facebook. Okay. So, but now later on, it's like all this, hoopla. But the problem is that this is her worst work. It's like she, you know what I think it was? I think that the movie was never really done. I think she pieced those things together, edited, and then she put it out there.
Man. I don't know. Keep trying to give the benefit of the doubt, even though, because what I'm doing is I'm not even necessarily for her sake, because I want to see what I would have done in that situation, like what excuses I might have or reasons I should say for things to come out the way that they did, and I often have nothing. Can't come up with nothing.
Now, Black Anonymous has a point.
What up, Black Anonymous?
If she has a point, I can see that. She said that she let Umar Johnson take it over. I can see that, because but what will really be a convincing argument for me is if she shows the script that she actually had in place and what he scrapped and then what the outcome was. Like that would solidify. I was like, this is what I had put together. This is what I wrote. This is, we are going to have a different person playing him, and I allow him creative control over this project. And this is what the outcome was after I gave this man creative control. This is what it looks like.
Yeah, it's tough because he's a master manipulator, although she's a tough cookie, but she probably would, as much as she would press, to get her way, unknowingly having people kind of despise her, she would do it. But I believe Umar would push those lines out even more. Like he would get more out of pocket, as where she would be like, all right, well, I can't, be like having it out on set. It's my production, it's my reputation, that sort of deal, as opposed to Umar being Umar, because she says that in a couple times where he more or less ends the conversations by, this is non-negotiable, or something like that, whatever words that he uses, maybe paraphrase, but like, that's enough. I won't argue about this, you know, and you can't make him do stuff, because that's where his emotional level, is very low, because he'll break down. You're not talking to a person with logic, and so you're gonna have to get around that.
In a sense, some parts of it she could have been backed up in a corner, but me personally, I would have told him, listen, we're gonna go with somebody else. I'm gonna do this documentary on you, co-sign, and then if we're not gonna do this, I'm gonna scrap the project, and that's that.
Okay, but it's not about the quality of the work, obviously. So whatever it is that she wanted to get out of this, it was worth sacrificing to put up with this whole mess, because she thought the payout was going to be a lot better. I believe, at least.
Yeah, she thought so. But right now, what I'm saying is that the payout is a lot better, because now she's on social media.
Right.
She got his donors sending her money.
Indirectly. I heard what you're saying. Okay.
Right, indirectly. And hopefully, she takes that money that she's getting from these donors and use it to elevate herself and not get caught up in this whole internet thing, because but right now, the way she was stumbling and bumbling, it's gonna be, it looks like this is kind of gonna be out of her realm. Like, you can't be all over the place and inconsistent. What I would do if I was her and Umar gave me that money, I would pull back, start working on some other projects, put out some good work, and then base everything on that. Yes, Black Anonymous, that's what I'm talking about. We want to see the original script. We want to see what her mind was at, like where she was at, how she saw Umar, and what did she see? Like, did she see baby mama drama? Did she see, how did she want to put it together? Did she want to make him in the end the victor? Like, this man that everybody is just,
overcame the odds and all that.
yeah. Like, what is she? That's what I would love for her. I think that's what we should do. We should ask her, like, hey, could you post the original script, and what is the price to do that?
Price to do what? For the script?
I'll give her $2 for the original script.
Oh boy! See, now if I say my thing, I'm gonna sound all mean and shit. But
because $2 is not good enough.
It should be public domain, actually.
Right. Yeah.
There's no chance of it being monetized or anybody paying any money for it.
Yeah.
Like at all.
I think that if she's getting donations from people already who's supporting her, I think the least she could do is release the original script.
That's an idea. That is an idea, because she did work on those incentives before, right? Trying to get subscribers, and she said she'll release something, after 500, then she would release the movie after 1,000.
And self-consciously, the money that she's getting is coming from the donors.
Mm-hmm.
So this is donors' money. This the least the least she could do for the donors.
Donate.
Listen, I know I just recognize that the money that Umar gave me could have came from the donors for this school that he's never going to bring in fruition. So what I'm going to do for you guys is go ahead and give you the script that I wrote to kind of give you an insight of how I saw Umar Johnson.
That would be a great thing to do. That would honestly make a lot of sense. I just don't think there's anything to lose by actually doing this. There's everything to gain unless the proof is not there. She did say it was a ridiculous 160 pages, which way exceeds even, the average Hollywood movie. And I wasn't joking when I said either, Black Anonymous, that the movie that we saw, the so-called movie here in air quotes, probably could be just about 11 minutes. Take away the scanning, the couple of the horrible dialogue, a lot of the idle time within that, all the handshakes and all that bullshit. You could probably get an 11-minute video, down over there. And since the script, the dialogue was shit, nothing was in depth. What would you need 160 pages of what dialogue, of scenery, of detail, of what the scenery is, or some sort of narrative bull? Because you don't need 160 pages for something that looked like that, even with all the changes and whatnot. Like I mentioned on your show, then where's the technical jargon? Right? Where's all the accuracies? If this is your thing, if you're not just writing about it and you're not prepared, you're not doing it on the spot, you're actually preparing and doing the research of all this stuff because that's the message that you want to convey to the people, then the onus is on you to make it as technical, understanding, maybe even talk a little bit over the average person's head that doesn't know the things about IEPs and the medications and stuff like that too. So maybe they're curious and they look, but there was no goal to really get information. This was really a Umar campaign piece. It was really just an ego-driven project for both of them. That's why they didn't concentrate on any of the details.
Exactly. I like what Dr. Nikki said. She said, I would like to review her research notes before she wrote it.
Huh.
Yeah,
And what type of things that she was observing exactly.
They're like, I would have loved, not focusing on the money and her on money and all that. I would love for her to talk about what she did, what did she do before he came into this to prepare for this documentary. Like what like she said, what was her research? What was her overall goal? Like why was she doing a documentary on him?
Right. Right. I was gonna hope you led to that. Point, like, what is the spark that was like, the world needs to see this? And that's what I think. There wasn't that. I think a combination of all the things, like she could use this, as a stepping stool to try to further herself. And she was actually close, like she's saying, everyone could be touched or whatever the deal is, in this space, that she actually somehow came within his circle and felt that this could be a little booster to her,
All I'm saying,
and hang on, and yes, that backfired, but also, like you said too, like it kind of U-turned and now is actually working in her favor, because she wouldn't have had any of this notoriety if she hadn't come out and complain about, or say about how everything worked out.
there was only two scenes that looked at superly professional. The up close scene with the bodyguard and the scene when the woman was in her house actually, and was
At the
saying
table?
No, when the woman was the woman when she it was supposed to be the baby mama with the kids.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that was the only two scenes that looked visually professional.
When it panned to the kids laughing a little bit.
Yeah, and then that might have been a camera. That was her house. And then when he pulled up with the bodyguard, that camera scene looked at legitimate. But the rest of that was like iPhone.
Yeah.
Barbershop. I don't think those I think like I said, I think that there probably is some outtakes. There's some other things that are not there that we don't see that probably looked a little bit like that. And I think she pieced some stuff together. But what I want to know is you had a final project because you was advertising that it was going to play at a movie theater.
Mm-mm. Mm-hmm.
So
And
the
that.
yeah, so the thing about it is just that we still have
Wait,
questions.
wait. Can you imagine that? Can
What?
you imagine paying just to go to a movie theater and you have no idea? You you've never heard of this lady. You think she's legit, like she's gonna be a Terry McMillan or some bullshit. And you're like, oh yeah, I dig this guy. I've seen him. Maybe you don't even know Umar that much, but maybe you're like, oh damn, this dude has a movie. Whatever the shit is, and then you pay a ticket price like you would pay for Mission Impossible 3. You're paying a ticket price to go see Awaken, and that is what you're showing a Tubi movie.
Black Anonymous said, "Did you notice that the lady in the last scene where Umar married the girl, the one who performed the ceremony, is the same lady who was near tears in the Bando gym when Umar first got the building?"
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
yeah,
Is
I
that
noticed that.
right? I
Well,
didn't. Damn, you guys are good.
Black Anonymous, let me ask you this one question. Because I read all the comments. I've been following this a little bit closer now. How did you feel about her last live where she was talking and she sounded like she was kind of like a little bit like all over the place? That's just my question because that's what I would like to ask the people in the chat. Like, you guys are listening to her, she's talking, but she sounds like she's,
Are you asking what their impression
yeah, what their
is?
impression of, yeah, of
Okay.
her, like, yeah,
Okay.
how
So
she
what
how
are
she
you
was
taking it at
communicating.
face value? Or are you buying everything she's putting down? Are you just like when you see Umar talking and like you're not fooling me, man? Like
Yeah, but I'm just
you're
saying the
just
way she was communicating that day, it's like something just didn't
okay in
sit
that
right.
regard.
Yeah, the way she was communicating.
So anything, the communication, behaviorally, perhaps, anything
Yeah.
like that you may have noticed. Yeah, I like to hear the answer of that too. Of like, and it's weird because you could be like, "What did you think of it?" And somebody would be like, "Yeah, maybe thought it was bullshit or whatever." But it's another thing to observe their actions and the things that they
No, it was the last one
yeah.
that she did where she was talking about, she said something where she mentioned Umar said that he wasn't going to speak on her, but then she started rambling and then she started talking about other stuff and it sounded, she was kind of like incoherent a little bit.
It was the one that Information Man used on his last vlog.
Yeah.
It was
And
that
she
one.
sounded like superly incoherent at like right at certain parts of it. Like she was mumbling and stuff. And something had to have happened to her because, like I said, you see her previously, and she seemed to like, even when I seen images with her and her little girlfriends and sitting around and whatever, something else is going on. Lorna said if the goal was to promote Umar, she didn't need a script. A brief history of Pan Africanism, 2 stock photos of Umar's previous speech, Umar's explaining his goals and expectations for the future.
Ugh, wow. Whoops, lost it. Goes to promote. Or, I think keeps moving from me. Pan African is dude. I
And
don't eat. Go ahead.
And then Black Anonymous said, I thought, why would Umar be trying to talk to her after paying a settlement? I didn't understand her rambling about Damon Dash.
And that's what I was saying. They talk about the night, not even some of the stuff that maybe just happened, but she's talking about 90s, bringing up Jay-Z and this and that. I'm like, yeah, she really sounded unhinged about things. And this isn't the best place, especially if you don't know, if you're not aware of what this monster of social media is. And you're a little bit of an older person and just a generally out of touch person. But then you're admitting that the effects of this experience with Umar is so bad that you sought help. Not that anything's wrong with seeking help if you feel like unstable or you need whatever to talk to somebody. But if you're experiencing that and this was so traumatizing to you, you can't this is not the place for you to sort that shit out. If you're coming in weak and this is depending, lucky for her right now, her audience is made up of sympathizers that support her.
Well,
But
she's filtering out people that are saying anything because like I said, one of my things is just I'm the chat sector, so I love to kind of read on how people are responding to a person, and I don't see any opposition in any of the chat like and there's always opposition,
and that's not healthy either.
yeah.
They're yes men. You're still inflating your bubble, but you're still in a bubble.
So that's calculating because you're filtering out, there's people that might be saying stuff like, well, you didn't know that Umar Johnson was a scammer. Like there are always going to be people, because in everybody's chat, there's always going to be somebody that's going to be like saying to her, like, you got the donor's money or that money gone, fam. Like you'll see things like that, and you're not seeing any of those in that chat. You're not seeing no opposition whatsoever, and that's what I was there for. I was scrolling down to find the opposition, and I couldn't find any.
Nothing, and it's tough because even the criticisms I would have, I'm not sure if I was on like information's panel or Lenin's panel that I would criticize her or have these sorts of discussions. I'd find a very careful way to express what I want to express because of their, I don't want to say admiration, but their particular support for Marianne. So it's tough, but if you have free will, you're not connected to anything like that, and just posting in the comments. I don't know. Do you even think you don't want to say the opposition or anybody, the ones that disagree, are they even aware? Are they even that deep in to be so analytical of her involvement too?
Black Anonymous, what I think is, and I'm sorry, I wanted to answer Black Anonymous question. What I think that Umar Johnson would harass women. I think that he would. But Umar Johnson has a way of coming out and criticizing women who say anything about him. Like the woman that was staying at the house with his mom. With this lady, he has said nothing. And that's and that's saying that's something. Like, this guy has a MO. Like he is consistent. When his detractors, he will mention his detractors. He will say something towards his detractors. With this lady, he has said nothing. And he even, the conscious stripper, all of that he's consistent. But at this time, he's not saying anything. And the thing about it is that, fam, this lady, and then next thing you know, everybody has eyes on her. I think what's happened to her is that he no longer communicates with her, and she threatened him with leaking this movie to have contact with him, and this and that. The other thing that's telling to me is that it's like you guys are saying in one instance, well, he sent me this money to shut me up, but I'm not going to shut up because I'm going to keep talking, and I got this man's money. So that doesn't make any sense. It's like saying Umar's not that smart. His attorneys are not that smart to say, please, you won't discourage him. We're going to settle this. We're not going to, put this in court or anything. There's no record of it even being in any type of court system at all. And
we might not know that either.
No, it's public record. That would be public record.
There's something we don't know. I don't know.
Right, but there's something going. Like I honestly do think that he might owe her money for something. I think let's give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he paid her, right? Okay. Let's say that. Let's take that off the table, right?
Okay.
Let's take that off the table. He paid her. Okay. Why is she still engaging in conversation? Why is she still threatening? And then in her last
part of her ego.
And in her last line, she didn't say he was harassing her. What she said was, he said that he will not be talking about, somebody mentioned me, and he wouldn't. He said he has no comment about Mary. And like in a way, like, who do you think she is? Exactly, Laura. I wouldn't, and there's no way I'm giving her that amount of money and not making her sign or letting like a settlement. Like we won't speak on each other. We're not going to.
They do have that. She's apparently that is part of the conditions why she can't speak on certain things or present any footage or have any reference from anything that may have been recorded, i.e., behind the scenes material.
But I don't believe that.
Release it.
But I don't believe
that information is out there. If you're saying stuff like, you don't believe this, that, the other, and some of that has been addressed, obviously, there is a margin of the BS margin of if you even believe what either of these fucking people are saying, because they're both goddamn liars.
They're both
so you're right.
Like you can't. Like I said, this lady said, and like I said, it just takes one lie. This lady said that she went down to try to file a TPO against Umar Johnson in Ohio. In Ohio, those are public records. Like a case like that would be public records. They got two versions of it. If it's family or if it's civil, it would be considered a civil TPO. And then she said, driving her car, that the judge denied it. That would be a record of that. So that right there was a lie. So if she lies about that, and then a week later she was quiet, and then after that she said this. She said he's harassing her, but where's the text messages? Where's the phone calls? Like, how is he harassing her? And plus, Umar Johnson is the kind of person, like, he didn't have a sexual relationship with 3 people from our sector, and he docs all 3 of them with no problem.
Okay.
And kept bringing them up. So I think that it's shiesty on both sides. We don't know what this could be about. This might not even be about a movie. This might be about him laundering money, FDMG money, and giving it to her. And then, like, we don't even know what it could be. It could be way worse than what we know.
Right. It could be anything. It could be anything.
Where that school money at? Was she one of those people that was holding school money? Like, we don't.
So now it looks like this money's getting tied up and put back and forth, but it goes back to Umar again.
Yeah. So who knows?
I don't know, man. It's
no, there's no Black Anonymous. There's no record of it at all.
Say that. Police station. And again, it's public knowledge, but that I don't know, Lorna. I mean, maybe. I think there was some form of NDA.
That's what
But
she claims. That's what she claims.
well, and on Umar's behalf, he'd be even when he's been warned before, like he had the cease and desist um, from the Douglas estate, and he just ran his mouth about that. Like, there's a reason why, and I mean, maybe because that didn't go officially through the court system, but there's a reason why he's very quiet on this.
Yeah, there's a reason why he's very quiet on this. And then it's like I said, it could be way worse than you think. It could be money laundering. It could be related to the school money, the funding, the taxes, all of that. It could be all of that.
Yeah. It's what a weird. It's so
And Black
it's
Anonymous, like
weird.
it's Umar. Yeah, it's Umar.
Yeah.
Yep. We definitely know that, and that's the thing. Are are we somewhat blinded by the fact that we know that Umar is the ultimate scammer? Like he's out here doing all this dirt, lying consistently, scamming, leaving women, yes, he's doing all those things, but does it take away from people who are latching themselves to him that may be participating in some of this and not reaping the benefits that they thought they were going to get participating in some of these things? Because, like, remember when Don was the helping him, and he was like, that he was going to get hired to work at the school, and then he ended up suing Umar and got a default judgment. And people got behind Don. They were like, but everybody knows that Don is a scammer too. Like Don.
That's what they're all in the same pot. It's
Right.
all in the same pot.
Right. So it's like you're getting in business with somebody, but your hands are just as dirty too, or maybe even dirtier. So we don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Like, are we giving people benefit of the doubt because we know who Umar is, but we don't know who they are?
You're right.
We don't know why they would be doing business with a guy like this, not on record.
Yes.
Because
Hey.
Exactly. Black Anonymous. He can't be working alone because he's not as clever as people make him out to be.
Right.
He has very poor management skills, So it's got to be something bigger than this. And it's by the next year. Like I said, I feel, and this is just my opinion, Umar's going to end up in jail.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to tell him whoever he was working with, he going to be saying names.
Come on.
But as a woman, I don't know what woman would be dumb enough to date a man who doesn't have anywhere to live, doesn't have
Dude, there are women that are dating dudes in jail. Loyal.
Oh yeah,
I've known a couple.
Yeah, I do too. But I'm just saying, Umar got poor hygiene. He doesn't have any physical chemistry with any like that.
Yeah, is that such a thing, or is it the thing? There's somebody for everybody.
Yeah, but he's 50 years old. Like, and then she said he was walking around with a bag with,
gizzards
and chicken bones. Who knows what was in there? But listen, you was walking around with him, because there ain't no way. There is no way. There is no way.
Yeah, you got to be skeptical of that too. If somebody just says, "Oh, and I managed to look," it's like, no, you've seen some of the other shit. Come on now, my.
So, what didn't you do a video? You did a video this week, and so I wanted to segue into the Tina Turner.
Oh God, that terrible freaking Seriously, why can't I charge thousands of dollars I could throw something like that together.
Let me tell you something. They can make these people look exactly like, art has gone, they have AI now. Okay. I've been to wax museums, and it's
Yes.
like in the wax museum, it's like they purposely make them look like, don't, it's like this whole thing not to make them really look like the person.
Yeah.
Because they have one in Texas. I didn't go to the one in California, but they have one in Texas. Michael Jackson kind of looked more like Michael Jackson, but some of the others didn't really look as much, so they play on that. But I've seen like I know these people got statues and pictures in their house that look more like them. There is no way that
Right.
they could not make Tina Turner look like Tina Turner. That
Right.
was ridiculous.
And even if the likeness might be off, like even it was, the whole thing is amateuric. It really, he said he wanted to, the sculptor said he wanted to concentrate on the hair was very important. Of course, she had the iconic hair, going on. But even all the other details, it didn't look proportionate to how her body would look. Not that I've been close up to her like that, but from what I've seen, none of it looks good.
The hair is terrible.
Right. And it is also terrible. Yeah.
It's terrible. It's the worst thing I ever seen. But it's called artistic license. It's like I'm not going to visit nothing. I'm not taking a picture next to nothing that look like that. If they can make these generals and all these people look like them, why we can't look like who we supposed to look? Why does the basketball players look terrible? Why?
He looks like a monster.
Yeah.
It is damn right scary. He looks terrible. That is not. There's nothing good about that. The whole face is off. The chin is off. It looks wild. And they couldn't even not laugh when they were talking about it. The reporters and if it's so obvious to the naked eye, to the average person, if this is aren't you embarrassed? If this is the work that you put out? Holy shit. You just wonder how people are even fortunate enough to they're not just, making statues at some park and stuff. Like the whole world is going to see it. News outlets are going to report on it. You're going to get that notoriety.
But the weird thing is about it is I think that if Tina Turner was alive, she wouldn't even want a statue there. Because she jumped ship and abandoned the United States.
Never look back. Right,
yeah.
Right.
So I don't even think that she would even want her likeness there.
Right. Perhaps. And it's mostly business. This is not because they just love Tina Turner so much. It's a dead town. The only famous person to come from there is Tina Turner. Her house is still up. Shotgun house is up from when she was a kid. If you saw, so I put the video up there, and even in the news footage, there's nothing. It's dirt road, no retail around there. Maybe just a gas station, couple small house structures, and that's about it. So part of the planning, I think, is from the city to cause a little tourism or, get some sort of business buzz happen in the area. So some of it is for the town too, not just because they want to honor this one person, I believe,
Now, if that was Elvis, it would look perfect.
Beyond perfect. Look, just like Elvis, man. You're exactly right. Just the whole thing is bad. Holy shit. They really didn't try to make a good freaking
I
thing.
found the guy who did the statue. I need to see his other work.
And
he's a black guy. Oh my god.
He's a black guy. Like I mentioned, he's a black guy. He's an African. And I didn't know that Tina Turner had said some negative things. She was known for saying some negative things about Africa in general. She
Mhm.
had she caught some heat back in the day by calling Africans lazy because they were living the way that they were living still. And it's like, whoa, that's you know.
He could have did better than that because I'm looking at these African statues that he's done,
Yeah.
and they look way better than what he put together.
That's wild. 10 foot 10-foot statue of I, I don't know. Are they of people or are
Yes.
they like
Well,
okay?
they're like it's like slaves and stuff like that. And so, like, I'll give you an example. Let me see if I can.
You sure you got the right guy? African
Yes,
dude? Okay.
yes.
Forgot his name.
His name is Fred.
Does it start with an
Like
A?
I'll give you an example of a statue that he did. So let me put it up here.
What do you think his name is?
His name is Fred.
Are you
Fred,
sure?
and then he has a last name A
Okay,
J.
maybe it was the last name I remember. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Listen, I'm good at this.
All right, yeah. All right, I gotta remember who I'm talking to.
Look, this is
I also when I look, that's part of my thing that I do too. So it's like I have my homeboy that was in the service that I used to hate driving with him because everything I did, he like double checked. Switching lanes and stuff like that too. So if I'm a person of like information and I like to be sure about things, I like to question, the source. Like, are you sure? Which I'm sure is annoying to be like, yeah, motherfucker. Like I checked. It's my
yeah.
thing, man.
Look, I had to see. No, it's out of curiosity though. I needed to see his other work, and so I'm gonna save this image.
It's
Like,
wild.
there's no reason why she should look like that. But then again, in the eyes of seeing us, this probably what he sees. So let me put this image up here.
Yeah, he saw a Tina Turner. Everybody got a Tina Turner story too. It's people that I know.
All right, there you go. He created this
Oh,
image here. There's no reason why Tina Turner should look like
oh,
that. Yes.
the face
And
looks
you
very
know
good.
it's he created because in the background that's him and then that's his name, Fred, whatever.
Okay.
So, and he's done like a lot of these statues related to like slave, like the us. But that Tina Turner, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, all of it. And like I said, man, I'm no prude or anything, but that dress, her little skirt is a little too small too.
Yeah, let me get that.
This is all bad. It's all bad. I don't
That is
understand how
terrible.
they get the teeth all wrong. A lot of things.
Maybe maybe he doesn't see like when he looks at her, he doesn't see because I'm looking at his other stuff and I'm like, they're way better.
Tina Turner has I don't say very distinct face, not in a disrespectful way, but she could be drawn. I'm sure she could be sculpted.
They
That's
have a better statue of her somewhere else. Let me see where who.
nothing makes sense. And you're right. I don't know if it's a male thing, a male guy trying to, duplicate what the hair looks like, and he just
Well,
misses what's important here to a woman and his own interpretation of what makes it so
this is
great.
this is crazy. So outside the country, let me add another one. They have an image of her outside the country. Let me see if I can. Did I
Hey,
grab?
in the meantime, before I forget, I hope Black Anonymous is not gone. Black Anonymous, I had a question about two people, if you've heard from lately. One is KKC, and the other, I think back in the day, we were talking about Jay, if you ever ended up getting in contact with him and how he's doing and coping Man, it maybe had to be a year and a half now, but I remember we were checking with each other back and forth to see if how he was coping. But the other one I noticed, um, KKC has not been posting anything or been around for a while. If you know anything that you could share with us. All right, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a minute. All right, so here's the other. Okay, so this is outside the country. This is actually a picture of Tina Turner outside the country.
Somebody made a statue or somewhere. Okay.
And then
wait, you're not showing anything. But, oh, there it is. Okay, I got it. Okay, look at the hair. Already I'm noticing the hair. I'm noticing the rolling down the river. Now, the outfit that the other sculptor has
I'm gonna
is
get
he doesn't even know outfits. Like this is more indicative of what she performed in back in the day. It is a lot better.
Way better.
I think the guy was off on a few things. There's two contrasts in what he was trying to do. Maybe if he was making like a more formal Tina Turner, it may have been more in her likeness. But I think he was trying to capture things that he may not have understood, and especially about being a woman and being a black woman. Well, I shouldn't say that because of a black woman, but just a woman in way of doing the hair, the posture, and everything as well. Because this one right here, this is the Angela Bassett version of Tina Turner. You know what I'm saying? Like this one, and Tina Turner was a toned ass woman too. His thing doesn't reflect that at all. So,
that's messed up. They even comparing it to the one. I'm trying to find a good picture of the bad looking one. They're comparing it to the one outside the country, the one I showed you. But I'm gonna show
even
you.
Lorna, I get you being compensated and stuff, but even the quality from the two look very different. He chose a pose that was this. What we're looking at right now is Tina Turner, how we've seen her sing very passionately. He tried to get that emotion by doing this. And that's one of the things I even mentioned in my own video is that even the way she stood seemed too mechanical. It didn't seem as natural and soulful as we know Tina Turner to be.
Exactly. I might have to look. I might have to put them together. If
there's a side by side, Black Anonymous.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it
side. Haven't heard from either one. I wonder how Jay's doing. Okay, yeah, okay. He mentioned the deaconship before, so I didn't know it was getting closer to that time over there. And hopefully, shout out Jay, man. Much respect to those people. Loved my time on Sundays. I believe it was like at 2:00 with E and J, and I had to learn over time. I used to visit a little bit, but I looked forward to it at a time when E and J were together there doing their podcast, and it was just fun. It turned into such a fun. I didn't get it at first because I thought they were so loud. They just enjoyed each other's company so much, and there was no room for me. Like most things in the so-called sector, I don't feel like is for me. Like I didn't really get it. But as I started coming around, hey, what's up? They're like, oh, last call, and then you were able to make jokes. And Jay, they both just had senses of humor. And it was fun just ripping back and forth with Jay, man. And he allowed it and he responded too. Good time. So shout out, man. Strength, power. Hope you're doing all right these days. Know you're a very involved father and your kids were finishing high school and going into college and stuff too. So no doubt you're busy and involved in there too, man. If you ever get that message.
Right. Yeah. I remember. All right. So I decided to put them side by side. So let me.
Oh, okay. Is that it? Is that where it is? That
no, it's coming.
Okay. Oh, there it is. All right. Yeah. Oh no.
Look, I move fast.
So okay. So let's look at a couple things. The one looks like high school students did it. You see the body on the left? That's not her pose. Like the one on the right is very Tina. Like that is Tina Turner.
Exactly.
You should have got the side angle of. I know you got two front angles, but the other one does a better to see how horrible it is. You see how horrible it is from the side shot. Yo, Tizzy Tiz in the house. What up?
Every time you look, oh, okay, let me see. Because every time you look at it, like online, it's like a shade in front of it. Like they're not giving it. They're not. It's like darker in the front. Somebody like it's really weird. Somebody has to come up and like actually. Let me see. I found it with the light. Okay, here it is. I found like one.
Like a side view.
No, the front view of the
Front
one.
view. That's what I meant. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Let me grab it.
It's wild.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
And like this, is all they got in that town. Like I'm really amazed at the one on the right. Even the color is better. The muscle, the definition, everything, man. Look at the one on the right. Like that's not the one on the right is the one like Tina Turner would have wore that in concert. The one on the left is not what Tina Turner would wear. That's not one of her things.
This statue is located in Albania.
Albania.
Yep.
That's a weird one. Why?
Don't know. You know, outside the country and the world, they really love our artists.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Like I'm telling you, like when you go, like you really once you leave the country and you really visit places, you really don't want to come back. It's crazy. But I added the other one. You see it down there?
All right, here we go. So this is what I was talking about before. Look at it. The arms. I even think the right one's skinnier than the left one. The way that she's holding. This is like anybody. This could be a statue of anybody.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
And this isn't a woman's body. This isn't Tina Turner's body. Man, that's terrible. All of it.
Look, I'm gonna put it side by side. It's terrible.
All right. Did you do it?
No, I'm about to do it right now.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
I'm working on putting it side by side.
Like, it's bad. Like everything about it. Man, that other one that you're about to put the side by side is way more superior than the quality of work. The other one paid attention to the details and everything. This to what she wears, what she looks like in a performance. Like if you spotted somebody in a crowd, you could tell by the way that their gestures and everything as well. Exactly. You'd be able to tell that other one is like, hey, that's Tina Turner's frame. You know?
Man, look. Speaking of Halloween costumes, I have one on my channel.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, Lauren mentioned Halloween is coming up, and I basically
no, yeah. Like I was saying at the beginning. Oh, sorry, you were going in there. Go ahead.
No, we could talk about that at
all right.
Towards the end of the show.
So we'll talk about it, I guess, at the end of the show. But just to let people that are still hanging on here to appreciate everybody for tuning in. By this time last year, I was a few episodes in to the podcast, but I remember dedicating just about all of October to Halloween because I'm a Halloween. I love Halloween. I've been watching the movies. In October, that's kind of my thing. Any of the obscure, stupid movies that I try, I like to do the themes during the times of the year. I don't want to watch movies no other time, although except for scary movies, I'll watch that year round. But I do a little more concentration since it's October, so I've been filling up myself with that too. And just noticing, I was because I think I started in September last year for the podcast. So I was really looking for Halloween because all that shit in your head, you're like, I would do this, I would do this. Then I finally, was able to open the floodgate and do all the Halloween stuff that I wanted to do. So I would have been doing that already. So I kind of looked at the calendar already, and I might just reserve it for the last 2 weekends. I think so. If I keep doing this on Fridays, this year Halloween falls on Friday. Halloween falls on the weekend. So if everything works right and I don't have anything to do, if I'm not taking out my niece or anything like that, I guess I'm going to try to have a Halloween show and compete with like 50 million goddamn people doing it too. So we'll see how that goes. So even though we're not doing it right now, I think at least half of the month is good to somewhat dedicate to Halloween stuff that I have. I even have questions to pose, and I'll pose out one question. Or actually, I'll wait. I'll wait for some of the things till we discuss it later. So I just wanted to say that. And if you did want to catch any of the shows from about a year ago, I remember one show in particular that Defrauding Charlatans was on, and man, we actually communicated a little bit. Hopefully have him come up and be involved in some sort of the theme of the show too. But we had myself and Defrauding Charlatans about this time last year. That's a really good conversation. If I could like repost something or a little clip of that, Defrauding Charlatans, man, he writes very creative, writes the stories and everything, like pages and pages of stories. It's people to do voices. I don't think he's done the graphics on his stuff lately, but he's known to do that stuff too. And I think he's back writing with that. But point of that, go back and listen to the one Defrauding Charlatans is on, as he discusses his mentality behind even writing or the type of horror that's more appealing to him, which is the real life stuff and being from Chicago and the everyday horrors of being in the corners of society and stuff too. Some really good stuff, and I hope in the future for this month we'll have some good stuff as well. So just looking forward to the Halloween, all of that.
Well, I kind of work with the fraud a little bit, so if you
Yes.
see any recent graphics, that's all me. But so
Yeah.
I
Good job. Good job.
I if you look, I posted it for you, but I could do something that's hilarious. I could do a Halloween costume of the week. I did one today, so I'll show you that shortly. But
Well, like you made one? What are we talking about? Like graphics, or you actually made something?
graphics. So a Halloween costume of the week is the idea that I came up with, but it's not what you think because it's always a humor twist. So I'll give you guys a little sneak peek of the Halloween costume of this week. Let me put it.
Oh wait, I just lost my slipper. I'm getting out of my chair because can't be sitting. So I saw this thing, and I'm automatically, of course, I didn't get what the hell
You didn't get
it's
it.
all about. So yeah, explain this thing so I could get it.
Okay, so this is the Halloween costume of the week. So this is a peak season new hire. So you could dress up as a person that gets hired during the seasonal time during the season.
Okay.
And so basically this Halloween costume includes attendance issues, vape addiction, and excessive bathroom breaks. Very, it's a decent costume, realistic, but yeah.
Realistic for what? Who is this? Who is this representing?
This is representing a person who got hired during peak season, and he's a new hire. And these are the things that new hires come with during the peak season.
So let me be more specific. Who in the sector is this?
Oh, who is it supposed to be? Oh, well, it's a combination of quite a few people, but this one right here
His nose.
this one is probably Smoke, but
Yeah, he knew right away.
you know,
Nice. See, this is how far I am on the
yeah, so
outskirts for real.
so once a week, I might come up with a new costume. And so this is the start of this. I like to come up with new costumes every year at least. So this is a good one.
Okay,
I
another
might roll out another one.
Josephine thing.
I might roll out another costume.
Wow, costume rollout, man! Holy smokes!
You never seen the memes where people are dressed up in different costumes, and but instead of it being like a real costume, it's like a legit something legitimate, something related, a realistic.
Is this like Joe the plumber?
No, this is a realistic costume. So let
So
me
is Joe.
explain to you in a different way, because the humor is going over your head.
Way over. Yes.
Okay, so during Smoke is just somebody in the sector, but I have a lot of everybody in the sector are characters anyway. So this is supposed to be a person who's like, you might see them at Walmart or working at a warehouse or Target, during peak season. They're new hires and they have these things in common: attendance issues, a vape addiction, and excessive bathroom breaks. So, they work at a warehouse. So you see he got on the warehouse little,
Yes, I see that.
exactly. So this is pretty much a lazy worker. And you can be a lazy, you can be a seasonal hire, a lazy worker for Halloween. That's all I'm saying. Like,
All right.
why is this going over your head?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
So
Maybe I'm looking way more deeply than I need to
yes, this is a
look.
season. Listen, in your area, you don't see seasonal workers.
Yeah. Okay. Seasonal workers.
Yes, that's what
Like,
this
are we
is.
talking like Home Depot parking
Anyway,
lot
yes,
dude?
yes, seasonal worker.
That's what you're referring to.
Yes, and what do they all have in common?
So I don't know. Mexican.
Attendance issues.
Oh, okay.
They're vaping and during break.
Okay. And you're saying this guy, that's what he should be doing.
Yes.
Sort of deal. All
Yeah.
right, I get it. I don't know the history of this guy. So
Right.
I'm
You looking too deep into it. You're looking at the guy. You're not looking at the costume itself. He just happens to be dressed as a peak seasonal new hire. A
and this
seasonal.
is what this guy normally sports. You're saying. Is that correct?
Listen, who knows what he normally wears? We just know that these are the type of job. This is a type of costume that I came up with. Like, that's we all could dress up like this for Halloween. It's just an option.
Okay. All righty.
Ted said that he's the worker that me and Pat complain about all the time.
All right.
See, you're so much in corporate society world. You are so listen. You are so it's so over your head. But you see these guys all the time. They're either at Walmart
No, I think I named it just fine. Like the dudes,
Yeah,
you'd be like, I need some yard work done, and you pick up one of these dudes, and they come do the work for you. Is that it?
exactly.
A day laborer.
Exactly.
But on top of that, you're relating it to a specific individual.
Yes, it's possible.
All right, so that's the point. You're taking a shot.
Yes, I did this last year, a year before with Al Lanier. I made him into one too, and then he came with he actually came with a terrible journal article. He had a couple of things. A wheelchair. Yes, I did.
Oh, I get it. I don't know if it's just I obviously get a blue collar joke, but my thing is how it relates to this person. I don't know, you know.
Oh, you don't know.
You guys know. You guys know.
Okay.
I don't know the guy.
So Smoke.
I wouldn't be able to pick them up from a lineup.
Yeah, you would. Smoke
No, I
is.
wouldn't.
There's people in the sector that you just kind of imagine the type of jobs that they would have, right? Like he claims he works 80 hours a day, but he's always on here doxing people. But he cuts grass for a living right now. So he cuts grass and everything. So
now what's wrong with that?
There's nothing.
That's a tough ass job landscaping, man.
There's nothing wrong with that, especially if you smoke weed all day. And
what is this guy known for? He's obviously you're putting him in loser category. What he do?
What is he known for?
Not even what he's known for. What's his thing? How did he become this damn near laughing stock?
Oh, well,
what's the foolishness?
It's hard to describe, but he's just like a pothead, a attention seeker. He can't, he was going back and forth with in the sector. I mean, he's just.
So this is the thing. So he's known to be sort of a shit disturber sort of deal.
Yeah,
but he's not really. He doesn't really. He has nothing to stand on.
Exactly.
That's what it sounds. Okay. All right.
Right. So that's exact. See, Tiz and knows exactly what. But like I said, I have the sector. Like the sector is a lot of the sector are characters already. So at any time and any day, I could just make them into anything I want. I remember one time I made one of them a video game character and I unlocked them. I made them an unlocked character. Like it's just all fun. But since it's Halloween and you were talking about Halloween, I can't, I did this earlier today and I just decided to show you, a Halloween costume of the week.
Okay. I got it. And that's where the spirit thing comes with. Like this, what it should be, or what it should look like, is when those people were, putting out those figures of like Shannon Sharp and like all these people. Diddy comes with baby oil and like.
Yes, but if you go,
I didn't recognize the packaging.
Right, but if you go to the Halloween store, they're gonna have it in like this little packaging,
the plastic pouch, right?
Yes.
It's gonna say that.
Yes.
Think part, maybe the background. For me, the background should be white or something. So that's what the packages look like. But now I'm getting it a little bit more as I look a little more closely at the spirit, and that reminds me because I'm a big. I don't remember when I bought. Oh yeah, I kind of do remember the last time I bought a costume, or one of the last times. So I remember that packaging and stuff very well, man. And,
well, in front of my house, I want to put like I actually wanted to recreate the scene from The Wiz with Michael Jackson in front of my house with some crows.
Say that again.
I wanted to recreate the scene in The Wiz with Michael Jackson in front of my house with the crows.
That's a lot. I have to do a lot.
Well, see, the hay and the crows are the easy part. It's just reproducing that costume. That's the part because I looked at it and I'm like, oh man, I had to find a orange striped shirt, and then I could think I could do the pants like in like trash bags with hay, like that's easy. But it's
Mhm.
the upper part where he has on the vest and like the nose and stuff. So I'll probably do that next year, but I'm still gonna put some crows outside my house.
You just want to put the crows out there.
Yeah, some crows, some hay. Cause I
Listen,
like
Tiz, I
I
did
like
not know the idea of what this damn thing was. And let me tell you about Tiz for a quick second. Tiz, it was funny on their show, The Partners, which you should check out on Saturdays. Uh, Pat was saying something. They were having a discussion, and Pat said something like, whatever this would look like through the white gaze. And Tiz wanted to stop the show because he's like, yeah, you can't say that. You can't. And they're not understanding each other because when Pat was talking about the white gaze, obviously he's talking about the perception of, the eyes of the whites. And Tiz thought he was talking about something else when he said, white gaze. He totally took the context to another level over there. So thank you very much, Tiz. All right. Everybody got jokes. Jokes.
Look, that's all I'm saying. Like, me, I have a sense of humor. So, if you see and then Tiz, you sure you want to be a character?
Oh man, make Tiz a character, man.
You sure? My characters come with humor, so you know.
What were we saying? Two peas in a pod. Get together. Two peas in a pod.
Man, listen, I thought it would be funny, every year to come up with a new costume every year. So one year I came up with the Al Lanier costume. This year is him. There's other, I could do other ones like, the first 48 costume, you know. But that would all be sector.
That is wow. That is wow, man.
Well, it's like listen, I made these characters a while ago. Like I gotta figure out what to do with them. So anything, Christmas, who knows? So yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. Well, I didn't see the other ones, man. Makes a little more sense right now,
Look at YL. She's like, what the hell are y'all doing? YL,
You're just coming back in.
I'm showcasing my artistic talents.
And I just had to have why it was what it was explained. Dude, this other dude, what's the guy? Well, I don't know if you want to put it down now.
Well, yeah. I always like to leave it anonymous because what I like is people can guess. Like Tiz knew who it was, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who it was. It was funny because that's a costume. Like literally, you could tell the guy is dressed up like one of those people, warehouse workers, and
Gotcha. I think I've seen it. I've actually seen those costumes. Like the party city section
Yes,
of that stuff. Yeah.
exactly. But
Yeah.
you may not find this exact costume there.
Not exactly.
But of course, I can't, I can make you a costume, DJ mixing like it,
No,
but it's not gonna be funny. It has to be hilarious. So I know the sector finds that hilarious.
It's a shame those things aren't around where people were making like the figures, of people and saying coming with a videotape, put the accessories on the side of the dolls and stuff like that. That was pretty funny, man.
Yeah.
They were making that shit.
That was an app though that was doing that for them.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a particular app that can make you into a doll and then put like little cheap accessories. I like to do things hands on, so I take things to like. There's a reason why I'm using that particular art, and I'm using that particular art because that art actually highlights our hues better as us. You know what I mean? So like as black people, like, a lot of those programs don't highlight our features that very well. Some of them
Right.
times make us look like mammies. So in my collection, I made my branding is our hues. So it's always like I'm very consistent with the coloring. I always like put like a little light color into the images, and then to keep the image kind of similar.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so it takes it's like it's a takes a little thought process, a little thought into it. But anyways, back to I did showcase the two images together, but it just lets me know that I think that that little town was trying to get some attention, and I think they made
Yeah.
her look like that, and they're being talked about now. Now, are
Yeah.
they going to bring in generate money or anything? No.
Yeah, it was just to have something, but like anything, if they're digging, like, well, Tina Turner's from here, even though they're showing the school, this is where she played basketball, this, that, the other. Meanwhile, you know, uh, hasn't been back when she went away there too, man. Yo, a brother of a certain age in the house. What up, brother?
Hey. Yeah, I was teasing brother earlier today.
Is that right?
He had his avatar up of the Giants. I didn't know he was a Giants fan. We was representing them this weekend. Are you into football?
I'll check in on it. Not like other people are into football. Like
Okay.
I'm just generally not into sports. I'm looking at a little baseball now because it's a series coming up, but that's as deep as I get. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, so you don't like have a football team that you somewhat support or used to support, but not really anymore.
Used to,
Okay.
back in the day, but I couldn't list a bunch of players and stuff now.
Right, but what was that team?
S- Philadelphia was one of my teams.
Oh, the Eagles.
Eagles, yeah. But that goes way back. Which one of the New Yorks? Buffalo for a little bit. I go back to the old school. I still had a lot of hope with them too. I like Miami. Some of their records and what they've been doing, or what they used to be able to do.
Yeah, yeah. The old school teams are this is like, basketball. I only like players now. I used to I was definitely a Bulls fan, so you already know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but that was it.
Bulls like Chicago. Oh, right, because you were there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody at one point uh was a Bulls fan, man. It was just that was a fascinating era. I hate the LeBron, Michael Jordan talk, man, because if you didn't see this man play, you have no idea if you just saw the clips. I've seen my father jump out of his chair. He's an emotionalist individual, but we were sitting down and watching that thing where Jordan switched hands to take the shot. My dad leaped up off the chair like, holy shit. It's like, that's so unlike, that's the emotion that shit brought out, man.
Look,
Man.
my dad used to have all the Bulls games on like VHS, recording them. Like that's how
Yeah.
fan he was. Like, but I seen some clips of they were showing these young people Michael Jordan playing, and the kids were like their mouth was on the floor. Like they didn't know, like they really didn't know.
Yeah. And seeing the clips is one thing, but he was one guy like in real time.
Yeah.
That and things have changed. Yeah, just how acrobatic he was, how gifted he was in flight, and the fact that it wasn't just one of the things that does it is because he was so consistent in his excellence that he worked for so much. You expected that. You didn't expect a loss from the Bulls too, man.
Have you seen them clips where they show when they ask young people if this artist is better than this artist, and they picked like the weakest sounding artist?
Yeah, because they really don't know any better. You know what I'm thinking about too? like listen to hip hop, in 89 and 88 and 90 and that stuff too, and knowing that they use samples and all of that. And really samples from the 70s, which seem like decades ago, when it was really about a decade and a half ago from when hip hop kind of used it again. Now with the technology that we have, it's like what happened 20 years ago hasn't really died because of it being digital and be able to access it so easily through any way, right? Because if you had to listen to a tape, a CD, or anything like that, you had to go somewhere, if you didn't have the Walkman tape and stuff like that. But now you could virtually hear anything, anytime, anywhere. So things from 20 years doesn't even seem like that long ago. They never have a rest period for the next generation really to pick it up. I think.
Well, all I know is that it's hilarious to see them pick, artists over, and they're just basically doing it because it's a popularity contest. They're not really listening to the music.
Yeah.
They're really not listening.
And even like the process here too. I remember going to record stores. So you have the cashier, but you have a DJ in the record store spinning, cutting up the mix. Like, let me hear this with this. Let me hear how this cuts with this. You had the stations to go around to put some headphones on, which now today I wouldn't put on no goddamn headphones from nobody. But you used to go into those places so you could check out your record, reading the back of the record, some of the credits, the lyrics, everything that they put in there in the sleeve also. It was a process to go. I remember leaving with 3 or 4 or 5 records for whatever you could afford, but also making some very tough decisions on what you're going to leave out over there and which records you're actually going to get, and deep diving to go to the bins for, the rarities or the cheaper records and stuff like that, the stuff guys would try to sample with, or, just throw in a mix that you could use. These guys are just pressing little bits of the song or just downloading the song. So there's no appreciation for anything else that has to do with it. Record, you used to have to go home, use the needle and everything that way, but put the needle on the record, certain way you're listening to that little sound before the music comes on, that you drop it off properly to be able to hear that. A tape, even if you like the song, there's no skipping back in a fraction of a second. Take you at least a minute to rewind a whole song, to rewind the whole side, a few minutes, flip it over. If your box didn't do that,
Exactly.
just the listening of music and it being authentic from one way or another, like putting one record away, putting it back in the sleeve, putting it away, picking up another record, dust it off, all that stuff, and then put that in there too, man. So we
Well,
don't
listen,
have that.
I didn't have those kind of parents. Like my dad used to listen to, like, when I was a kid, my dad was listening to Run DMC. So like
That is awesome.
like, my dad is 21 years older than me. So he was at the time. So we drove from Illinois to the West Coast, and all I remember is listening to "You Blind and You Can't See, You Need to Wear Some Glasses."
I was
Like
listening to that the other day.
the whole time. my dad my dad was still in our music. I remember, like, my dad was like, he we would tell my mother, I'm like, he recites rap songs. And one day my dad walked into my brother's room and was like, you need to get up, get out, and get something, and stop spending all your days getting high. And we were like, what? And my mom was like, oh, he's not doing that. No, he's not. And we're like, yes, he is. And then one day he walked by me and he said, it might blow up, but it won't go pop.
Yeah, De La Soul.
Yeah. And then walked away. He always, like, he loved that album. He loved Busta Rhymes. Like, my dad used to just continuously listen to are like, that's just, and they listen to old school music too. Like my dad listened to like different, the Wall, uh,
Yeah, that was my dad, the
yeah,
stylistics and all that
yeah,
stuff.
all that stuff too. So it's
And even
like,
like you're saying that there tis when my dad used to leave and I started getting into music, I used to turn on my dad's stuff and then play the music and all that when he was gone because he would never let me listen to his stuff. So very carefully, I take the records out while I was making tapes and stuff to make sure that I put them back properly. Yeah, man, it was a whole mission to be able to get that music, but so something about it just clicked for me. Trying to find loops and all that stuff, man. I really dug in the crates for my dad's collection.
she's like, yeah, she's like, your parents, listen, my parents might be in the outliers, but they from Illinois.
True,
I,
true.
but I remember like one time I was listening to this is like, you could tell my age. I was listening to I'll Be Sure, right? And I was listening to that remake of the with the Eagles, right?
Mhm.
And my dad heard it and he went in the room and he said, "That's a remake." I said, "It is?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's a remake." And he went and he played the Eagle version of it. And I was like,
Right,
wow. So my parents could recognize in their music like our remakes, and that's why
right.
they liked it, because it was like they would always, my dad used to collect records. So he would always play the original
Yeah,
version.
that would be my pop. He'd go be like, What is that? Ice Cube or Knee Deep or, whatever from the Parliament, because he used to listen to that stuff too. Like I said, back in the day, our house used to be kind of like the party house, back in the 70s, 80s, on the weekends. People came there. We had the red lights, we had the yellow lights and shit. And then there'd be drinks all Saturday morning during cartoons. You wake up in like like some zombies were there. People passed out wherever the hell they pass out to get up and go home, but all the bottles of shit around. That's just how it was. So my dad just kind of had that music that hit, you know. What is why I'm saying here? I don't know if you can say anything.
CYM, you're talking about the silent generation. Because
Mhm.
there's two generations of boomers, but the younger boomers, they were like into that 70s and all. They were, my dad had like, I looked at those pictures. My dad had an afro, bell bottom, shirt all open, wearing a
Yeah,
gold chain.
right.
He was like, that was the Motown era. They walking down the street with, platforms. I seen him and his brothers all standing up there, with the and then them tight corduroy bell bottom pants.
Yeah, man. Even the colors, everything, the orange, the yellows, the browns, stuff like that. People were coming out of the 70s with butterfly collars, but still somehow in the 80s, like they were reducing. 80s was just a messed up time, transition into a bunch of other things, obviously from the 70s too, man. So you had all these styles going on, man. I think with the music now and people's parents, I think they miss a gap that if they're listening to more recent music, they miss the maybe some of the Grandmaster Flash to some of the James Brown loops and stuff like that, where they could appreciate and be like, oh, that's kind of cool, that kind of sounds like my music back in the day. So they maybe tolerate it a little bit more. Now if you just turn on and you start listening to more of the electric music without any traditional, what sound like traditional instruments or anything like that, then you're probably not prone to appreciate it how the younger generate, because it just, even me, I think it sounds a little bit more like noise versus like you could see how they got the groove, back in the day too, man. I mean, and are
But
you even saying that too? Are you guys checking out my shorts and the music that I'm hitting you with? Dig it in the crates, by the way, because I've
yeah,
dropped
you
some
you
good
you
ones
do.
lately.
Yeah, you do dig in the crates, but like my since I have two kids and two different generations, I have a Zer and an Xer, right? So the Xer respects the music I was listening, to, because that's all I listen to. But that Zer, don't that music sound like emo music? I don't care what anybody say.
Right.
And I don't, we just he has to relate to me. There's no I don't listen to none of that stuff. So I'm like, what? Who is that?
Yeah.
Young boy. I don't know nothing about no young boy. I mean, I know who he is, but I can't name one song.
Yeah. I mean, and the difference is not all music, but some music is going to somewhat reflect a time. I think now, with the gig economy and stuff like that, too many doors and avenues are available for, the young people to go out and explore. Back in the days, talking about 80s, 90s, from the 70s, when the shit they used to do to like the inner cities, particularly the Bronx, at the birth of hip hop, the shit that hip hop came out of, to the Renaissance, the second Black Renaissance in the 90s, talking about movies, that exemplified the Black culture. You had more prolific MCs like Chuck D, Ice Cube. You had more of these guys as well that actually stood on something. And when they actually integrated or were invited to do some of the news programs, to defend their music or, have these political conversations and stuff, they came out articulately to describe, their angst and everything that they were rapping about and fighting about. Any of these guys now, like on the lean stuff, you have, exception of maybe a couple, but the particular wave are people who can't articulate themselves. They don't represent themselves as grown ass men in that regard. And that's one of the things that slipped out. They're not standing on anything or talking about anything like our guys did back. So I think a large chunk of that, besides missing the artistry that's involved in creating this sort of stuff, it also really doesn't stand on anything. There's no particular backdrop of anything political or the poverty. It's just now we're in the sensationalism and the glorification age of it. I'm missing a lot of these. Yeah, I remember that too. I was going to we started off right away. I was going to start out with the jam. So while we're talking about some old school stuff, and remember, I didn't know what day you wanted to set that video. There's a music thing. If you wanted to discuss that either, I got a Halloween question, but we could wait for that stuff too, and anything else that's going on. But hang on for 1 second. This is the one. We'll just take a little music break for a second, right here. Now it's not for that time and some of the things that he's talking about. Like you look to bleed in just everyday issues, and you're rapping about it. I used to like Run DMC, although they did their fair share of, I want to say, advocate or political songs, but Hard Times, explaining that too, and what the government's doing, how you proceed, what you have to cut out with daily living. Same old stories, man, but people really used to talk about it and articulate it too, from back in the day, man. That was Dollar Bill, y'all. Jimmy Spencer. What did he say?
I said I was laughing about that.
Which?
What you just said.
What part?
Everything. It's just how you said it. That's what that made me laugh. Like you said dollar bill, y'all.
Oh, for just saying it, yeah. Just say stuff that sticks out. What I like, Nate Dogg did a song, Dollar Bill. I think I played it before. I don't know if it cuts me off or not. And that was a really good song. I think it was on the soundtrack too. I hear what y'all saying.
Who's underrated? Like I was just listening to him today. Kool Moe Dee. I had to still bring that up.
Hell yeah.
Kool Moe Dee was the most underrated. Like he was like, they said he was like one of the first battle rappers, but he is so underrated. Yeah. I'm like, I seen him do a live, like he did a performance and he had on like his dancer was out there and he came out and he was wearing a boxing. Because I was like, does he have on a robe? He would always be wearing like a boxing robe where he would come out, but he always had a shirt underneath it. And I remember one time I didn't recognize, like you don't recognize Kumo D when if he don't have them glasses on. Like there's people
Yeah,
that
yeah, yeah. And he changed a little over time too. I think
yeah,
he's
he
more
got
into
older.
his African stuff. He's always wearing like those garbs and all that stuff. You know.
But he is definitely, if anybody ever get a chance, go back and just pull up Kumo D's catalog and start from like, you know, not just the Treacherous Three, but start when he first came out. Because I remember we were like, when I first heard Kumo D, I was like, oh my God, this guy, you know,
Yeah, he had the
it was
confidence.
so cool.
Even
Yeah,
way back then.
yeah, very confident.
And it's funny, right? Where people pick up the hip hop and stuff like that too. Um, my era would have been in the 80s and whatever, and it's not really some of the first ones. So if I'm talking about Cool Mo D, I'm talking about Go See the Doctor.
Mm,
Like that one. I remember I had that album,
yeah.
the single of that too, be able to rap that. But not even knowing, he had like a damn near over 5 to 10 year career before that part too, you know. But definitely, I remember with their battling stuff, how fast they used to rap because the thing was like you had to rap, hello, everybody, that sort of shit that they took that outside and it wasn't so mechanical like a lot of the early stuff was it well. Yeah, I could understand by to the Tiz seeing stuff from the youth perspective. Definitely got experience with all of that too, but just saying that there's a difference between the quality and standing on stuff of a larger painting, see the whole picture versus what's boiled down to subsections or things in a bubble. Our dudes are speaking on some big things as well. And Public Enemy doesn't get enough respect. Always got to shout those dudes up too. People back in the day. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They more involved with stuff politically, as I believe now it's not, because it wouldn't get the same push or exposure as even our stuff, I think by luck managed, because hip hop wasn't it. It wasn't being played. It wasn't that commercial. And I'm talking back in the Renaissance when, poor rights teachers, but at the same time you had film and other movements. That's why they call it the Black Renaissance back then, because Black culture and creativity was at an all-time high again, after that, the 70s and before that and anything else that has been done,
Exactly. So I have a question for you.
Mhm.
What are you playing right now? Like in your head, right? Like right now, music wise. Like what are you playing currently? What is
Like what? What do you mean? Like what project am I into or
Yeah, what are you listening to? Like when you get in your car, you're rolling down the street, you're about to head to work or this week. What are you
so
listening?
more often than not, it's a couple things. Sometimes music, I'll ride with that, but most of the time, even with music, it's on random. So it's a lot of different shit. But what I would gravitate towards is probably some Ice Cube or, something like that, whether old or new. I think on my phone I got more newer stuff, meaning around maybe 2000 beyond that. Old school hip hop might come on, some rarities might come on. So I don't really the last I don't know if this is accurate or not, but the last uh album I was really into, and I'm trying to think carefully here, is when I'll say rediscovered Marvin Gaye's I Want You CD. the deluxe version of that, because there was some things I haven't heard before. And when I tell you I was into that, I'm talking repetitive listening, identify every instrument, every vocal, everything like that. There's nothing really, and I might be just talking shit that I might not be thinking of any modern stuff right away, but it's nothing that I really have to get in and play the whole thing. If it's on random, because it's on album random, I'll take off the random for it to complete the rest of the album, or to check out a couple songs and stuff like that too. But even the other day, I was listening. Most Def came on. Some of his old stuff, Black on Both Sides, just shit like that I kind of had to purchase, but it's still within the shit that I like. So I'm skipping a lot. I'm chilling on a couple tracks once in a while, replaying it over heavy, heavy, heavy. I even had Curtis Mayfield the other day.
Man, listen, I'm listening to a couple of things. So the 8th, not the 8th, but this Monday was like the anniversary of my dad's passing. So I've been listening to like the Dells. So I listened to the Dells. So secretly I've been listening to Kwame's like new album secretly, just 2 songs.
I heard a couple hits.
Yeah, I like the song that he did called Kwame versus Kwame. And the reason why I like it is because the lyrics, right? So, I'm a lyrical person. So in this song, right, he's actually talking to his younger self, right? And as he's talking to his younger self, he's explaining to his younger self what happened. Like even his younger self thinks that he's like this fly person. Like, and he asked his younger self was like, "Am I gonna get everything I want?" And he was like, "No," and he explains what happened to him. So then when he gets to the end of the song, he says, "Well, now I gotta go back to tell my future self not to do this."
I think,
and it was like, yeah, and I love the storytelling in that song.
Okay, all right,
Right.
go check it out.
Yeah, check that out. What's up, Tiz?
Tiz in the house, partners.
Good evening, my people. Good evening.
What's up? I see you say your thumbs are hurting.
It was so many different ways y'all took it, and I was just like, okay, I can't type all of this. This is too much. My fingers are yeah. All right. So I did want to just say some on behalf of the youngins. So when you say that they don't have a broad stroke, they do. It's just not what we would consider a broad stroke because of what our foundation was. I want you to consider every generation's music that comes after it is based on the generation before. So like the generation before me, they was like the kids of civil rights people. They weren't actually the civil rights people, if that makes sense. Like they was kids when that shit was going on. Their parents and shit was and their uncles and shit was the ones doing it. So like they were like still into it. So we got a lot more black history than a lot of our kids get that we're talking about when we talk about the young. I want to start there. Like we were way more aware of self before we got to school than a lot of these kids are by the time they hit 12th grade. Just because of what our parents had been subjected to growing up. Our parents were also that generation that was like, they went to school or they were starting to go to school or they knew people that went to college. So now college is an important thing. And then we get the different world generation, which is what I'm a part of. So like, we went to school because that's what our parents said was important. A lot of us didn't really care about school. We just went to school. You had to go to college. It was go to college or get a job or get the hell out of my house. So I think we did a lot of stuff in our music that projected and reflected what we were doing. But these kids actually do, like, music in general is going to reflect whatever people are going through. So if you look at country, if you look at rock, if you look at hip hop, if you look at whatever, it's kind of all saying the same thing these days. It's relationship issues, and drug issues. And it's because that's what their generation is going through. It don't sound political to us, but that's the politics of their generation is the opioid crisis and how pills and perks and Vicodin and lean and all these other different drugs is fucking they generation up because all of them on it. It don't sound good to us because we was the people who we was against selling drugs because crack was fucking us up. So I think it's just like the same reason we look at their shit as trash is the reason why people looked at our shit as trash. But it's just really just not understanding the struggle that generation is going through compared to ours. Like our struggle seems worse because we went through it. So our struggle seems more important than what their struggle is, but it's just their struggle is different. They're going through relationship identities. Half of them don't know if they're gay, straight, LGBTQ, LMNOP. They don't know what they even are.
Well, I'm gonna say this.
And then on top of that, they have to deal with like the red pill and that weird dynamic. So your boys don't know what to do with the women. And then they got to deal with the TikTok generation and all these weird videos that they happen to come across because they on the phone half the time because the parents is at work all day. Because now parents value things because our generation was missing things because a lot of us grew up in the cities poor and we didn't realize we was poor. But like when we get to be older, we realize, oh, I ain't had that. Let me give my kid that. So our kids, we grow up valuing things. So now our kids are a generation of teenagers that value things. So their own shit, their own a bunch of technology. So they're getting their messaging from that. So they got red pill, they got the TikTok ladies telling them sprinkle, sprinkle, don't deal with me. And they got the red pill niggas telling them don't deal with women. So they dealing with relationship dynamics and they're the first generation that it's okay for them to be whatever they are. Every other generation was suppressed. So like the trans, we ain't even deal with that in my generation because they was in their own corner. They weren't allowed to be out as like that. It wasn't free for them like that. Now these kids, they grow up with their homeboy being that in like third grade. And they cool with it. And these kids are comfortable. Like my son come home and he comfortable with everybody. Because he done seen everybody in his class. And this kid is 10 in fourth grade.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm agnostic.
Like we're looking at generations, and I think we judging them harshly on their music based off of what we were going through and what our music should have represented. My generation grew up on crunk music when we was adults. Why? Because we had been suppressed our whole childhood because of the Reagan era and the 70s where our parents were militant as fuck. So now we done got that militant ass upbringing and we done been, now we get to have fun. And they want us to go to college, so we got a reason to be free. We was out there turned up. So these babies, that's Percocet babies, ain't Percocet babies for no reason. It's because some of them grandmamas ended up staying in college at 40, 50. So that's what they saw.
So
YB mama is a turned up ass lady that grew up in that Cash Money 2000s when we was dancing and then we kept it moving and we got jobs and moved on. She stayed there, and it's a lot of them that stayed there.
I know. Tiz, can I say something? Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
I just want no problem. I just wanted to say I'm somewhat agnostic to that generation because my youngest son is 21. So I don't have like young, teenagers or like younger kids that I have to like, engage with in that age category where I would kind of like understand any of those things, So like I'm very agnostic. So it's not that I shit on their music or anything like that. My son's 21 years old. A lot of times the music he listens to is in his head. Like my significant other, like, he has to deal with that all the time because that's what he's dealing with that generation every day. That's what he does. Like me, I'm so isolated from it and so not aware of it to the point like I'm just living in my own upper world. Like, so I don't really know what they are actually listening to. Like I like look, I see little quick TikTok videos or whatever, but the way social media is, even like if you have Apple Music for example, my Apple Music doesn't it plays music that I like. It's so the way they set up these software and these programs now, your feed is what you feed into. And so I'm not even trying to isolate that music. My world, my social media world isolates that out of my, like the new music I'm introduced to is music similar to what I like. So it's just that I'm just so far removed. And, even though I do have a grandson, but he's only 4. So he's little, and the music that he's being exposed to is from my millennium son, who is still playful and still playing in my generation. And then and then when he gets a little older and he starts telling me what music he likes to listen to, then I'll be like, oh, okay. But when you got a 21-year-old who's always he got his headphones on all the time and he's listening to that music, the only type of expression that I see that he has is the way he dresses. Like, they dress a little weird. Sometimes they dress like look like they dress like they're transients. But I'm aware that our family didn't like the way we dressed. We were wearing the baggiest clothes ever. Right now, they're wearing superly baggy clothes. Just about 5 years ago, they were wearing really skinny jeans and all that other stuff, right? And high waters. Now they're just like they're wearing half shirts and baggy, you know. So I just look at it from a distance, like, okay, they're just expressing themselves. I don't really have an opinion about it. So I just say
I
that.
think jumping in on some of that too. What I'm talking about is more like the quality. I think there are natural things that drop off over time from how potent this, and we're just talking about hip hop, it was to where it is now. I'm not saying kids these days are they gravitate towards what they've been exposed to. So simply saying this is their sound, so they adapt to that, they like it. But if I'm
No.
looking, and I don't think this is so much subjective, just some of the quality over time, over the decades, drop off from the things that it was created on, because it was created on the unity of partying instead of gang warfare and stuff like that. And of course you would have your party rap and this stuff, this thing and the other. But also, one of the things I think, like I was saying, if you had rappers that took the time, reading books and being able to articulate themselves properly, like people take Tupac, and I'll use Tupac. He was a well-rounded individual. Not every song was a hit 'em up song. As a matter of fact, most of his albums were
I'm glad
conscious
you said Tupac.
things as well. But the message that generations take away from Tupac aren't the things like Letter to the President or Trapped or this and that or Keep Your Head Up. They're taking away the hit 'em up side of it. So that's what I'm saying when a lot of the quality is falling off. Plus, you got the crate diggers and stuff like that, where the art was to build up the beat versus, have your what the hell is it? The fucking fruity loops and all that shit to make the beats
Mm-hmm.
for you to make it easier.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just saying what's natural over time. Definitely they have things to concentrate on. But if you even mention things like red pill or trans and this, that, the other, the reality of that is it's still not speaking to the magnitude of somebody like Public Enemy by the time I get to Arizona,
Maybe.
well, no, because they're talking about the voting rights of
Right.
the nation and shutting down and recognizing Martin Luther King Day as a holiday versus am I going to get some trans rights or, that sort of deal too. I
That's
just think
fair.
it's a little more potent that way.
I would say to that again, it's the lens you looking at it through. Whatever you are most emotionally tied to and what most affected your life and what you most affected your vision on life is going to be what's most important to you. The issues are different, but if you ask somebody in 30 years from this generation what was the things that they was most worried about, a lot of those topics are going to be the things that they bring up as the most important things of their generation. And they're not going to look at the shit of your generation as most important because it wasn't part of their generation. It's the same shit that our parents went through when rock and disco shifted into hip hop and alternative and punk and all of these new forms of shit. They was like, what the fuck is this? This is an abomination. They're not talking about anything. But it meant something to us.
My parents didn't do that. That's the weird
I'm
part.
just saying, I'm talking in generalities, not your specific parent.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't want to specify anybody. I'm not singling anybody out. I promise you, I'm not. But
I
just
hear
in
you.
general, like this is a cyclical conversation, and the reason it's cyclical is because everything is going to be most important to you when it's most important to you. The shit that's important to me in my everyday life is going to be way more important than the shit that you bring up about your life. And it's the same thing with generations. So in generations, the shit that we went through are the struggles that are most important to us. Economic equality was hella important to us. Getting educational equality was important to us. Getting job equality and having housing rates go well was important to us. And then when that shit got solved and a lot of people started to get that, what happened was our generation under us didn't see that problem. They saw the problems that they grew up with.
Right.
And that's a different set of problems. So the music is going to keep reflecting the generations. It's going to keep changing. And the generation before it is always going to see the next generation as, oh, that's some bullshit. Because it ain't going to make sense to you unless you actually stop and go back and go in through their lens. And like, don't worry about whatever your preconceived notion is, just let them guide you.
Right, but I think one of the
and then you can have a
parts that
conversation with their generation. It's the same reason our parents was like, turn that shit off. It's just loud ruckus. But to us, it was spiritual music that was meaning something to us and was like representing the shit that politically we was trying to represent in our everyday life. This is what they going through. I can break it down further than that, but I don't want to go through every single one of their issues and have you negate it because you don't agree. I'm just saying that in general, you're
No, it's
expected to
not that
feel
I'm
like that,
agreeing.
and your
It's not
opinion
even
is
that
right. But
that
I want to remind everybody that
economy
music
of that
cannot
either.
be objective. We can
No, right.
agree that
But
something
that's
is a
not what I'm
C
saying. You're
chord or
saying
A
something
chord,
different though, Tiz.
but
You're saying something different.
in quality was what you was mentioning. We're
Right,
going
and
to
there is a
see
difference
quality
because it
based
was
off
made up
of
differently.
whatever we like in that generation. There are people that don't think that classical music is quality because it doesn't resonate with their generation. It doesn't mean it's not. And some people cross generations can resonate with it. There's gonna be there's some old people like us that fuck with YB music. I don't, but there are people that do. But quality is always going to be subjective when it comes to music because it's an art form. So it depends on what you get out of it. I can see a
Okay,
pain and say it's
hold on.
trash,
Let
and you
me.
can see a
I just
pain
got
and be
one
like
other
it's
thing to say over
profound.
there. So even saying with the quality and stuff in there too,
It's
it's
subjective.
different.
That's
The
all I'm
issues are
saying.
different. It could be subjective as well.
Yes,
But even saying
it
what's
is.
important today, we're saying like back in the '90s, like I'm saying they used to vote. I'm not putting
Subjective.
voting for voting rights.
You're not.
On the level right. I hear what you're saying. So hear what I'm saying here also is that these things were laid down, and fought for back in those days to fight these things today that, in my opinion, are lighter topics to that they are allowed to be able to be concerned with this more individualistic thing versus voting rights and things like civil rights for individuals, versus red pill stuff. These are all little
Can I suggest something to you?
smaller tech things.
Politics for us was a bigger issue because our parents made it a bigger issue. Today's people are numbed out to a lot of that politics stuff. So the everyday person, you're talking about a select few that people that actually go vote. But when you even look at the amount of people that go vote compared to the total population of this country, it's a fraction. Like, so we're not talking about everybody that's even politically inclined enough to know what's going on politics wise. A lot of people are checked out and just be like, look, what is my everyday life? I don't give a fuck about that. And I'm just being honest with you. When you on the ground and you see these, like, you see these people. I'm not even gonna act like I'm talking above. Like, y'all see the same people I see. Everyday people ain't really talking about this shit. Like, there's a certain level of intellect you gotta have. There's a certain level of access you gotta have. There's a certain level of interest you even gotta have in it. You got to be at a certain level of survivability to even care about that, because it's a lot of people that just ain't surviving no more. So let's just start there. So when you talk about a lot of these kids, they're not worried about voting rights. They're worried about how they gonna eat tomorrow. Do they got a relationship with anybody? Can they get a partner? If so, are they gonna scam me? Am I gonna be a scammer? Am I about to get robbed? Do I need a stick? Because nowadays the corniest kid got a gun, so I got to worry about this little. It used to be you just had to worry about the gangster niggas at your school. Now you got to worry about little Larry, that's the little nerd, and he got a blicky in the fucking book bag just because he done heard it on the song and he feel like he got to have one. Like, they're dealing with a different set of problems that we ain't dealing with. We didn't deal with that. We had a different set of problems that they look at as some bullshit because it ain't what they go through. That's what I'm saying. It's just a disconnect in what we see as important. It doesn't mean what you're saying is wrong as far as what you see as important. I'm with you on a lot of the shit that you feel is important. That's what matters to me. But when you talk to a lot of these kids, there's a complete disconnect from that. So it doesn't matter what you want them to think. It matters, like, what they're going through is going to be what they see as art, and that's what's going to be glorified, and that's what they're going to be profound. And 20 years later, that's what they're going to be going back to, the same way we go back to the shit we went to at 20 years later, because it's like it's what grew us. It's what talked to us. It's what spoke to what our struggle was or what we needed to hear to motivate us to go through whatever we was going through. It's just a difference. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's no argument there. It's just when you make it objective, you're taking out what art is.
No,
and we got to remember that it is music, so we're never going to see how they see it, because we're from a different generation.
Yes, let me ask last call a question. I just wanted to ask last call a question. LC, I'm just trying to figure out how you're trying to conceptualize quality music. Are you saying that, like I just posted in the chat, that when you talk about quality music, are you talking about music that feels and sounds good for a reason, but not just because it's popular? Like, so, like how I'm hearing you saying it, I'm hearing you saying that the quality music is for a reason. Like, it's timeless. It's gonna last forever, versus what's like really popular. Because I got into this debate with a person about popular music versus uh versus yeah, so YM was about to kind of go into it. So I was explaining to the person that not like us, right? When it was getting so much play, and then after a while you just don't hear it no more.
Right.
It was so popular, but does it represent quality? Is it going to last from the end of time? Is it like a Stevie Wonder tune, like when Stevie Wonder was singing about consciousness, right? Like that. And so I was trying to figure out, is that what you're trying to say when it comes to quality? Because, like, with music, right, one thing that I like to do with music is what makes me listen to like the old songs that my parents was into, is because of what they were saying. Like, it still applies today, versus listening to, like, sometimes I'll just listen to like a random song like that just makes me feel good. But then now when I listen to it now, I say I can't listen to this because this song ain't talking about nothing that like, remember back in the day we were listening to Two Live Crew. And
can I pose a question with that as well to last call?
Yeah.
So he can answer on both.
All right. So
I'll let you finish your question. I
yeah,
just wanted to ask, could I do that?
Okay.
That's all.
So like when we were listening to Two Line Crew, just at a party or whatever, and it was like pop that coochie, we just like, but nowadays when we listen to it, we're like, nah,
Right.
you gonna turn that off. But you might listen to another like I listen to like a lot of rap artists, from back in the day, like Public Enemy, like you said, or like for example, I listen to a lot of X Clan. And so like I could put X Clan in right now in my car and I know what they're saying. Like it's still to me it applies today. Like you know what I'm saying? So I think I'm trying to understand that that's what you mean when you say quality like versus
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got something for that. Tiz, you might as well add yours on there so I could
In
put it all in
speaking
an
what
answer.
she was asking about quality.
If you're done, Joe,
I,
you were done with that?
yeah.
I want to make sure she is done. I don't want to
Okay.
cut her wisdom.
All
So like when speaking of quality as well, I feel like what I've heard her and what the conversation seems to be about is I've been exposed to this music. I found quality within these layers of music or these generations of music, and I don't see it in another generation. I would just ask, how much of this generation's music have you really immersed yourself in outside of the top 40 or like the really popular stuff, like
It's a
to
good
where
question.
you wouldn't be listening to a wide variety the way we did when we were younger? Because I've never even listened to X Clan. So that wouldn't be something that resonates with me. And I'm from a similar generation to y'all. So I mean, I do think it depends on what you were exposed to and what you listen to as
Oh,
far as what
you never heard
I,
X Clan?
I have not. But
Oh
that's
my
neither here nor
god.
that's neither here nor there because it
Oh,
didn't
okay.
resonate with me and my people. Like I would say
I
that if you
mean,
ask the partners, that didn't resonate down here. It just wasn't
no,
a
I'm
thing.
just
But
saying.
I'm gonna move on.
No, I'm just
I'm
saying.
no, I just want to get to my question because I don't want to hold
Okay.
up too much
I was gonna
airtime
see
either.
X Clan.
Um,
You know what I'm saying? I can
so
see.
I just haven't heard of that. So I would say if I haven't been exposed to it, it wouldn't be quality to me because it didn't resonate with me. So I would say, how much have you been exposed to this generations of music, and how much does exposure actually, and what your specific preference is, determine what you consider quality. So exposure and your preference. How does that? Yeah.
All right. So let me see if I get everything in here together. I think one thing, so I've said it before and you guys know this, but for a little bit of reminder that I'm particularly musically gifted and whatnot, but I did that. I was involved in some music. Doesn't mean I'm better, more receptive in it, but I think I have a little bit of a different experience. And I want to say standard without it sounding elitist, of what I expect from music as well. So to answer a question, while you guys were talking about the quality and stuff, something came to mind with that, which is, I guess I could sum up the quality of music by composition. All right, and sounds more fancy than it actually is, but I'm talking about purposeful outcomes of music. As we're so somebody put there in a Not Like Us how popular it was, versus the quality of things too, and I am for the completeness of a song, of a track, of a conceptualized album is what makes something quality to me versus and all the ingredients that you put into the music making. So there's a couple. The last two shorts that I put on my channel was the prison song. And the one before that was the sample that Pete Rock used to do Reminisce, right? Timeless is a big deal with stuff, especially with this generation, because it gets very popular for a very short amount of time and it doesn't stick around. So hopefully I'm making myself clear when I'm talking about composition versus anything else. There's a track. So when somebody utilizes techniques of today, if you listen to the quality of a Jay-Z track, the story of OJ, and I'm talking about the instruments, the way that they put in the bass. There's different layers
Yeah,
to how
yeah.
they make music exactly
I
than
understand
just doing
composition and music theory and
the
all of that.
boom bap to that as well. So one of my things is the composition, not just people slapping beats or having these programs which give you something that sounds pretty good. And you don't have to go the old way. You don't need the SP
Mm.
1200 to compose it, but you do need to keep that way of beat making or whatever in mind to have that quality. Now, what you're saying, as opposed to the things that I've been accustomed to or I've been exposed to, is much like anything else that I'm exposed to, especially more with my music back in the day. Remember, there weren't first, no internet or anything like that. There was no radio stations that necessarily played the stuff that you like. So you had to do you really had to find and seek the stuff that you were interested in, to be able to hear more of it. As opposed now, it's just saturated. You could hear it for anything that you want for as long as you want, and do that too. So I would say my exposure is like anything else, even more so because a lot of these things are played. But like anything else that I like or find something interesting, whether across all genres, that if there's something interesting about it with the composition that makes a good song, good music through honest, integral making of a song, then it's something that I could pay more attention to. But if I'm hearing more or less the same thing that's coming out on the same message, done the same way, a lot of this mumble stuff that doesn't capture my stuff, doesn't catch my interest in terms of the standard that I have and what I would play and everything, not just because it's a party song or again that it's popular, then my exposures to it real. Do I want to hear more of it? No, because it didn't do anything to capture any of my attention based on the things that I think makes a good song with that too. And it's tough. I think what Josephine was saying, when you don't hear things of X Clan, there's something within the history of stuff too. You admitted that you started listening to hip hop in like 92 and 93, when there's just more history based on that we're holding the stuff on too as well. So I hope I answered
You
the
answered
question.
very clearly. I
All right.
would just continue to argue.
All right.
Everything you said is still a subjective thing, except for when you said composition. If you're talking about like how well it's mixed, I can understand that. If you're talking about them using real instruments, then I think that's unrealistic because that's not how music is made
No, that's
today.
not what
So
I'm
you
talking
will
about.
never find that. But
No, I'm not
if
talking
you're
about.
talking about just how the music sounds together and whether it conveys the message along with the words and the lyrics, and how they have a melody of the lyrics over top of it, like how everything blends together to actually convey the message of the song, then I'm with you there.
Right.
I think that would be based off exposure, because again, if you listen to one song from a person and it doesn't catch you, then you might X out 13 of these songs that you might have been like, oh, all right, I get that. Or I understand what he's saying there. I also think, again, it's the context of what you're listening to. If I'm listening to a song for the message that I want to hear and I don't hear it, I'm not going to care for it as much. If I'm listening to it for what is the message that you are actually trying to convey, and do you convey that message well? It's just like I never related to what Eminem ever said, but I can appreciate what he did in music because he conveyed whatever message it was he was trying to convey on each song. He conveyed it well,
Right. His stuff
and
is
I think
composed very well.
right. I think that when you look at a song like "Rags to Riches" by Rod Wave, that 20 years from now, people of this generation, these kids that you're talking about, they gonna be rocking to that song because it means something to them.
Right. I'm
That
not saying it's
music,
all
the
useless. Don't get
beat,
the wrong idea about that. I'm not saying all the
the way
modern
the
stuff is
music
useless.
hits with the lyric, with the melody, with everything, that resonates with them. The shit that YB saying, a lot of these kids is going to school and they're innocent kids having to be subjected to a lot of shit that YB's talking about. So it resonates with them for a reason.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, again, you're talking about a subject matter that is like in art, you can say you used a cubism style. Yes. Whether it's good or not is completely up to whoever observes it though. every single person is going to see something slightly different, and what they see is going to determine whether or not they deem it quality or not, because it's art. And that's all I'm saying. Like, you can't say, like, art is beautiful because it's subjective. Everybody gets
Right.
something different.
Right.
The shit you saying is great. Somebody thinks it's trash, and they're not wrong. They're just different. And these kids are different than us, and we were different than the generations before us who saw our music as racket. But we saw the beauty in it. We understood why that was a quality composition, why the lack of instrumentation on this made it a beautiful thing, and why the simplism, so that simplicity was like golden in this one track, whereas somebody else would have did it and it wouldn't have sounded as great. And we understood why storytelling was needed on that beat, but on this beat you needed to just go hard. We understood that our parents didn't. Our grandparents might not have, but we did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we're painting a wide swath on a group of people that just see it
No,
different than us,
I
and
right.
it does us no good to be the same as the generations before us, because that's what led to us not having connection and not being able to make them connections.
Right.
It's the
And
reason
that's what I'm
why
saying,
people
that
in
it
our
shouldn't be the
generations walk
same.
around scared of these niggas, and I don't, because I get them.
No,
And when you
it's
start, and that's
it's
all I'm
something
pushing
else.
for.
Not about really.
I
I
get
get
what
what
you're
you're saying.
saying, but
I
I'm
get.
just pushing you to go past the shit that you've heard and just look for new music.
I mean, I'm
Sometimes just
always
listen to
when I'm in the
random
music, I'm
new
always looking
young
for
niggas
new
and
music,
just
right?
see. It's a
I,
dude named Rumor that makes he takes R&B and country and all of these like pop hits and makes them into the most gangster song you've ever heard. It's the most
yeah.
beautiful shit you can listen to if you
I,
open to it.
I mean, I'm open to it,
But it don't
and
sound
it
like
depends.
nothing that we would like. It
I
ain't gonna
didn't
be
say
what
I
I
don't
listen to,
like.
because I'm
There's
gonna
nothing
listen
that I
to
don't like.
Jeezy and them. I'm gonna listen to Jay-Z and them. I'm gonna listen to Big Ends from Pac. I'm gonna
Jay-Z's not
throw in
my
some
guy.
goddamn
He's not even.
Scarface
Those
in
aren't
them.
even my
I'm gonna
guys.
Can,
throw in that's
can,
that's
can I
fine. You're
I want to
with your
get
group,
to.
but guess what?
can
I
I
can
can
rock
I
with Daddy Kane and Cool G Rap and Big
can I
Grandmaster Caz and all them too.
can I
It's
say
not
I
just
think it's
about
something?
just
the names
opening up
there either.
your palette.
Can
All
I
right.
say something?
Because it's
There
Go get
is
subjective.
that, and I
You
there
can say
also
everything. I'm
hang on.
done. I'm complete.
I
I'm sorry,
okay
I
y'all.
want to get to Emmanuel's a little bit of Emmanuel's question
okay
after that too. So go ahead.
okay. What I wanted to say was there is new music that's out that, like for example, I listened to Maddie. I don't know if you heard her, Madison McFerrin, right? I watched like Colors, like they they have Colors, and Maddie McFerrin. I don't know if you Madison McFerrin. I don't know who if you know who she is, but
No,
that's the daughter of what's his name?
Ghostface. I'm just kidding.
No, no, that's the daughter of Bobby. That's the daughter of Bobby McFerrin.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I like her music because she comes out of that group of people. Like she worked with Fonte, um Eric Robinson, Foreign Exchange or
Oh,
whatever.
I like them. I like them. I know those
Right,
names. All right.
right. She's like kind of a new artist and she's independent. I support her, she's a young artist and she's a young person. She has young ideas. She's that one chick that was singing that she was singing that motherfucker's guilty.
Oh,
she,
okay. I think I heard a little
that's
bit of that.
right, that's her, but she makes music. She was on NPR just like I think recently or
Tiny Desk.
yeah, she did Tiny Desk. So I like new artists too. It's just that I like a certain genre of music too
Mhm.
that goes along with it. So I'm not going to necessarily listen to like the music for me, and I'm a woman, so it's might be a little different than a man.
Okay.
But music to me is based on emotion, feelings. If you feel the music or if you can relate to it or mood, what type of mood I'm in. Like if I'm happy, I'm gonna listen to happier music. I'm not gonna listen to Sexy Red.
Right.
I'm not gonna listen to I know Sexy Red has some songs, but as a woman my age, there's talking about a brown coochie is not something that I want to like be singing in the top of my head. It's just, there's a lot of music that you can find sounds that, similar to. So I think that a lot of it has to deal with maturity, because music matures over time also, right? So like I think I listen to a lot of older music now because of how mature that I am, how much growth I have. Like, I can relate, to I was listening to the Dells, and they were singing about money. There was a song about money on there, right? And it's about, getting that money, get that paper, say even young people can relate to it. But when I was playing that music, my 21-year-old was in the car listening to it, and he was bobbing his head to it.
Right.
I can't listen to my son is a suburban kid. He cannot relate to those what's going on in that music
Right.
anyway,
Right.
right?
Right.
So he's listening to it because it's popular. He's not listening to it because it's everlasting, is relatable or anything like that, right? So I think that with
And you
with
would expect that at his age also, not to have like a deep well of knowledge
right,
of all the genres. Right.
right. So I understand what Tiz is saying about what he's saying. I just think that we're having two different conversations. That's what I
Yeah. Yeah, I think so
I
too.
think it's just two separate conversations. I think in one instance, Tiz is like embrace it, that you should be open to young people's music and not isolate them from, because of the type of music they listen to and this and this and that. But because they didn't listen to, our parents did the same thing to us or whatever. What the issue is that they don't embrace our music at all. Like that is like they
This
don't
is some
even
old
try to
nigga stuff.
learn. They don't even try to learn where we came from and where
Yeah.
we are, and how we are where how we evolved. Tiz generation does. Millennials typically do it more, but Zers, they're in their own world, because in their world, everything they're listening to is headphones. They're not sharing their music with us either. Like, we could be in a car. I'm playing my music in the car. He's not listening to it. He has his
Right.
headphones
Right.
on, and then the person in the back seat has their headphones on. So it can be like, some music is just very timeless, but music is, like they said, it can be subjective. But what I'm saying is, and I think that there's two different conversations that we're having here. Because your conversation is about quality music that is everlasting, and how music kind of like can be, year after year after year still apply that kind of music versus a
Right.
music that's like a trend, like how disco was, how, music in
It,
the 80s was, how like, how a TikTok, their music kind of sounds like a TikTok trend. Like
right. And I'll
everybody's
also add to that too. Whatever you get out of something is the energy that you put in. So that's why, going back to the composition as well, is how it was made up, what the intentions are, for it
Mhm.
to actually produce something quality versus something that's just popular that's going to bang, for a little while makes a difference too. Emmanuel asked, I want to see how that works out, by the way, a brother of a certain age. Then again, I know we have somewhat similar tastes, but maybe you're even a little. And I'll tell you, I'm not, maybe through DJing and doing some stuff with music from a while back, I'm not really as open as you guys are. I'm not even going to say as open. I'm probably just more critical in a lot of the things. I mean, that's why I haven't gone out, after a certain age and stuff like that, or just because I know I'm not going to enjoy myself. I'm constantly critiquing what the DJ's doing, how they're mixing, what they choose to go in. Because as a fellow person that used to do that, you kind of put yourself, in the DJ booth. At least I used to, versus being out there and having fun. I'm like, I wouldn't do that with the mix, bring that back, that
No,
start
but
stuff that's going on.
they have clubs. Like I live in Texas. They have clubs for like 45 and up, 35 and
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. I
Like
mean, I know all that.
But if you go overseas, those young people overseas is wearing crocodile and playing and their music sounds like our music in the 90s. Like if you
Right.
go overseas and listen to them, that's how they sound.
Right.
With Tiz, I mean, it's not about just being old, it's about surrounding yourself around people that
Everything
have,
for Tiz is being old.
yeah, but
And
like,
so the Tiz says he represents the YNs. You
yeah,
ain't that
yeah,
YN,
that
homeboy.
you're
You're
not
in
even
your 30s.
there. Yeah,
What
why am
YN?
I why listen, Tiz,
My man.
I just barely made it to the fifth floor. Like I'm right. I just got to the fifth floor. But you're not like my oldest son is 30. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like what I'm saying is that music wise, you're going to surround, like I'm not finna go out and hang out with young people, like really young people, younger than me. I don't have arrested development, so I'm not really trying to like I
Like,
want young people to be young people. I want them to have their own experiences and everything else. I'm not putting my experience on them, which is why I said I'm agnostic, because I'm saying, listen, I know that they have trends. I know that they're into the music they're into, but the way the world is, we have a choice. We could still listen to good music today. Like there are people that make good music today. Like is there I can name like 10 artists right now who's made current music. We're not just always listening to old music. It's just that we just particularly we are not that old. We
what?
just
Who YM talking about?
I
Everybody
know,
needs an
like I
age
think
check
y'all
in this
old.
goddamn place, man.
I think it's just like growth. I think it's like you're gonna listen to things, like you're gonna watch movies that's appealing
Yeah,
to you,
with your
right?
older brother on a certain age. She's like Playboy Cardi. I would think it's a girl too, man. It's a girl's name, man. These rappers even have a Bad Bunny and all these people, man. They got girls' names, man. Go.
But I think that Tiz should listen to. I think that by request, play a little bit of X Clan for Tiz, because the only issue that I have with Tiz, and I'm gonna say this right now off the top, Tiz is different of
Word up, Manuel.
Tiz. It's different when you listen to music that young people listen to. My argument with you is that if you never heard the music that I'm talking about, and then you say it's not appealing to me because I wasn't into it, but we know that you're not exposed to certain music. Like some people, like if you live in the South, you may not be exposed to a lot of the music from the Midwest. You're not you may not have been exposed to some of the East Coast music. You may not have been exposed. Like I listen to a lot of Bay Area music, and I know a lot of people have not been exposed to that. So if you haven't been exposed to it, you can't say that I'm limiting myself when we have access to music that you just never had access to. Um, and I'll say this, I'll say back then, it's I don't know how we were able to access the music that we had to access, because they didn't have it on TV like that.
Yeah, man. That
Like
was
there
a
was no streaming. So for us to have as much access to music as we had is crazy without internet.
Yeah, it's a wonder to get. You had to do a dub of a tape. Let me get a copy of that, put it in there, the 60-minute tape. The way those things went around, you even past midnight, you got to go to the corner. I'm talking about the corner dial of the radio station to get the little end so that you get the antenna ready so you could get that midnight hour hip hop show to get some of the latest things too. You search for that shit. It wasn't so readily available. And like anything, if the search is worse, the pursuit, the final product is worth that. It might be worth a little bit more to you for the search. And like I said, going to the record stores was a thing, to be able to do that and select stuff and really listening to it. Things has changed, and it's not. I'm looking in the comments in here. It's not even that contentious with the whole thing. That's the whole point of what we're saying. You like whatever you like, but if
What?
my argument or whatever, what I'm just saying is the process and what the music is built on to actually uh, dig in the crates, like that is an art within its own to be able to build some stuff. I'm open, like when I listen to La Russell and stuff like that, I'm very open, and if I like it and I think it's quality, I'll support it or listen to a little bit more of it. But if it's just part of a particular sound that's just cranking out the same shit, um, you know, obviously they're not going to stand on the shit that we stood on back in the 90s and stuff when they're fighting for political stuff. And I kind of feel like it's when glam rock went away and then you had grunge. And one of the things that they said about grunge is that they were just big complainers about everything, where glam rock, said how good things were. There were a few artists that did some serious stuff in the rock category. You had that too, who were very well regarded, kind of like the same thing. Because a lot of people taking all the perks and the pills and all that stuff, and the lean is very emotional, right? And it's like that's just not the shit that the previous generation stood on. My thumbnails are paying homage to mostly 70s albums. All those are album covers. I was born in the 70s, but I found my appreciation for it later. That doesn't mean that it doesn't resonate with me when I go over it as an art piece. It certainly resonates with me, the way that it was composed, the way that it was made, including the backdrop of what was going on in history or at the time of the people that were making the music too. You can't do it, where you have these subsections of things. So there's no assumption. It's cool. I think you're just, I don't know. I don't want you to get too heated on this because it's not really such a big deal. I want to go back to what constitutes a classic or a masterpiece. My thing was to divide when people say classic, like that's the top tier of what it is. But I even go a little bit further to define, and differentiate what a classic is from a masterpiece. Because I think they're two different things. I think you could call many hip hop classics from back in the 90s and possibly early 2000s. But today, not a lot of so-called classics are being made. And just back for you, Lorna, yeah, what's going on is good, but the opus magnus for Marvin Gaye for me, and I'm a big Marvin Gaye deep dive into the material and stuff, is the I Want You CD is or album is really where it really came together. I know the importance of what's going on, but musically, besides the message, that I Want You album is the masterpiece. Classic, what's going on? That's an example. Classic, what's going on? Masterpiece, I Want You. That's what I mean with that. You know what I'm saying?
And then
Right.
brother was saying, he said 70s was heavily different in influence, just different drugs is all. All I'm saying is
See?
all I'm saying is that there was a time where, like, for example, there's people that really love house music, but
Mhm.
some people think that there's different versions of it. So some people think that techno music is house music, and it's not. And so the people that are like really true house heads, they like, we no, we don't like techno music. It's not the genre of music that we don't like. And then the way Tiz is like conceptualizing it, he's saying, well, I mean, how people experience, that their experience with the technical music, tech music, and if you're not embracing the tech music, then how do you understand those people?
Right.
And what I'm saying is that we're not monolithic. So technically, when it comes to music, people typically might, no matter what generation you are, they still might, they still kind of come together. Like every now and then, there's a song that every generation is into, but then I mean, that's what it sounds like. There's and I'm just paraphrasing.
Mm.
I was paraphrasing. I was using an analogy. It's like an analogy. So, like, what I'm saying is, like, we're having two different conversations because, like, for example, I don't like country music, right? Like, I don't like country music, but every now and then there might be one country song that resonates, that everybody just likes, and we all listen to it, and we just play it, and we enjoy listening to it. However, because there's a group of people that's really really into country, I'm supposed to go over there and figure and say, you like country, let me figure out what this country music is about, because I'll be able to understand you better, and I'll be able to understand your plight or whatever. That's just different. It's just that's what do you say? No, but I'm saying we were just having. Oh, he said, I'm just trolling. Oh, okay, whatever. So what I'm saying is that we're having two different conversations.
Yeah, or just
It's,
a couple different
it's like
nuances of what we're talking
right,
about. That's all.
and it's just like why I can name. I actually I was trying to find him. There's this young brother, right? Young little young guy. He raps, right? He's from New Orleans. Um, he got
Oh,
picked up. He got picked up by
Jay
uh
Electronica.
no, it's not Jay
That
Electronica. This is
here
a
it
kid. This is a
goes.
young
Okay,
guy, and
okay.
he's rapping, right? This dude, this young man, he's young, and I love his the songs that he then pushed out on the IG, and he got picked up. I forgot the artist that picked him up, and he's from New Orleans. I really like him. I like the way he sounds. I like the music. I like everything that he's rapping about, right? I love everything he sounds, but I don't like NBA YoungBoy.
Hmm. Yeah, I get that.
No,
And
I didn't attach a judgment. I said I'm agnostic to that music that I just don't like the way it sounds. I didn't say like I don't like the generation that comes along with the music or anything like that. I said that I am older, so I don't have the privilege of being around those, that kind of music and listening to it at all. Like, so when I say I'm agnostic, I'm not like being an atheist. So I'm agnostic means I don't have enough information to even have a strong conversation about it. Like,
I
I
don't
don't
think there's judgment on anything either. I mean, we're using
know.
strong words to be like it's so different here. I think there are different nuances that people are talking about over here too. Um, Also, knowing what other people's experiences are with it too. Um,
Well, if I listen, okay, so let me answer YM's question. Okay, so what YM? Let me since I said it in a non like in a bias, like in I mean not biased way, the way you said it where it was kind of like tongue in cheek. Let me say it in a serious way. Okay, let me say it in a serious way. If I'm sitting down with my 21-year-old, like let's say I've done this. I sat down with my 20-year-old, he played music that he likes and I play music that I like, and we had a conversation. And everything that he was playing, I just couldn't relate to. So I said, "Oh, I don't like that. I don't like the way it sounds. It's just, it doesn't. It's not relatable to me." And then he explains to me why he likes it. I'm open to hearing to him explain to me why he likes the music, but I'm not going to play it in my car because it's not appealing to me. I just don't like it. Now, as we were talking about quality, I only asked last call, is that what he was talking about? There's just music I just don't like. However, what I said was, and what I was trying to say is that I have Apple Music. And so with Apple Music, when you start putting in the type of music that you like, right, into Apple Music, it only focus on genre of music that you are so into. So it kind of isolates. Now, if I flip over to the screen that says play the latest music that's out, then it might play that, but I usually have it set on Joe settings. Like literally it even finds new music that's similar to the type of music that I like, and it's very oh okay and it's very it's just where I'm at mentally. Like I'm at that age where it's all about uh be living stress free, no drama. You know what I'm saying? I'm not surrounded by young people. Now, if I was a teacher or I was around young people and I wanted to relate to them, of course I would listen to more to what they're listening to. on a more analytical level to relate to them. But since I don't have to do that at all,
Right.
it's it's like I don't even have it's something I don't even have to worry about. That I don't have to do. It's like I don't have to go to a young person's club. I don't have to hang out with young people. But I'm sure that my my grandson, who's in the skibbity bop generation, he's an alpha. He's not even a Z, and I'm sure that he's gonna play music, and I'm gonna be like, oh, what's that? You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna
Right.
be like having to show more attention to that. But right now, I don't have to. So if I'm being serious, when I say I agree with last call when he says quality, but the question, I'm still on the fence because we have to wait to time pass to determine if later in life, if these Zers see their music as quality. We don't know because we're not there yet. Like we can only guess. Like if 20 years from now, is a Zer going to say that, you know what, let me bump some of that little young boy, they might say, wow, we was listening to this just like when we said we were listening to Two Live Crew. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Right.
You
Right.
see what I'm saying? So like we haven't, I'm open-minded to I'm an analytical person. I'm waiting to see how they embrace their music as they grow in age. Like as they age, what is going to still stick and what is not, what is going to completely fall off. Like you're not going to hear it consistently.
Mhm.
So I'm not even there yet. But last call did make an argument, so I kind of agree with his argument. With Tiz, I agree with some only a couple of things that Tiz said, because he's like, well, these young people are this way, that way, this way, and then the way we were, blah blah blah. I agree with that. I just think we were having two separate conversations.
Right. Right. I think it's that, and I think I mean, we're asked to qualify what it is that makes quality, and that, I'm not sure what if we asked you guys what it meant to you, but as I said, and my argument was for the composition, for the energy that you put into it for that purpose, which is, I don't know if any of you guys actually made music, put any music together over time. I actually managed to do a little bit of that. Not that I know a whole lot more, but that's where, if you're asking me that question, I was able to explain. So it's not all that subjective. Is I've seen the detail put in over the generations and technology of what it takes to actually make a beat or to compose music that goes with that also. So and like I'm saying, naturally, whatever you put in, you get out of it. That's why you have big hit makers. Like if Mariah Carey or any of these people came out, they didn't go with Homeboy Around the Corner to produce the music. They now they're released to a writing team, a staff of writers and real composers to put music together like that as well. So that's my only argument. And then I think a lot of things just kind of like ripple off of that. If it's the quality of the composition that you put together, naturally it's a little more timeless, if you will, than some of the other music that was kind of like thrown together, maybe based on not as much potent things as music once was like that. When I was young, I couldn't stand, I thought my dad's Motown stuff and all, not even Motown, I hate just saying Motown, but Motown to me, if you're saying the Motown era, well then it defines chess, it puts Stax records and everything in there. I'm just saying from that area. Now when I think about that had nothing but my musical taste and things too, I would say absolutely things from the 70s, even 60s, when I was interested in the blues, and I open up that door for myself to find out what resonates with me and what makes some of these music so good. It's not beyond me to find out what's good and what's intriguing about the music that's coming out today also. And I'll also just relate it to movie genres. I'm a horror guy. People like comedy and stuff like that too. When I'm older, a little bit more understanding, and I have a good view of how to look at cinema because I have the experience. I may have taken a few classes and read a few books about cinema in there. Now I might be interested in taking on another genre like westerns, where I never wanted to watch a western with my uncle back in the day when he used to spend the whole from 12 a.m. to like 4 a.m. watching what couldn't wait for westerns to come on. I'm like, what the hell is this? It's just people in dirt. But now as an older dude, I'm like, oh shit, the outlaw, there's the police, there's the bounty hunters and this is what they got to do. So yeah, it's all perspectives. It's widening a range and stuff. I wouldn't argue that any of these genres are better than the other or ones from the past are better. I believe it's a construction. And if that what the hell do you call it, that integrity of making the art is the thing that exists that makes it timeless. And anything could be popular, like in an art museum where they duct tape that banana on the wall. That was popular for a little bit. That sold for millions, that sort of shit. But other things of quality will always be there. That banana's spoiled. It's gone. There are other things that last there because they are made with more integrity than what was plastered. So, the same kind of deal there too. Also, I'd like to say maybe things are a little bit different these days because you're saturated with it. Like anything that's right there around the corner. You turn on a TikTok, it's there. YouTube, it's there. It's there. It's playing for this. It's playing for every messages. You may not get a time to really appreciate something when it's so easy to obtain and it's shoved in your face for every message that it's used for also. So I think a lot of these things play into consideration. So, obviously you like what you like. It's the way it goes. You're allowed to like what you like. That's why we are in this country for another.
Well, the
But
thing about it is difference between like they can the term quality can be subjective. However, it's just really I just try to make it as simple as possible.
Mhm.
If it's timeless, I mean, like we'll have to see if years from now will we all be playing just not like us. That's what I'm saying. Like it's hard to tell because we already have a benchmark for stuff that's quality from back then. So like back then we could say this song is quality because even if you play it today, it is, right?
yeah,
But we don't know what's out today will be considered quality because there's not enough time has passed for us to determine what that is. Like we just don't know. But like if you say, if you listen to Aretha Franklin, Aretha Franklin song, and people listen to, or maybe a song by Whitney Houston, people will say that's timeless. You know what I'm saying? Because there's so much time that's passed that even if you play it today, it's going to resonate with people. But
right.
today's music, we don't know because it's today. We have to give it time to be able to determine where it fits in. So in one instance, we could talk about quality music from the past. We just can't say if today's music is quality music or not. Like we don't have a benchmark
Right.
yet.
Right.
So
Right. Right. Right.
so I think that that's why I say it feels like we were having two different conversations because if you wanted to say, well, none of this music today is timeless, it's true because there's no time has passed. We will never know if it's timeless until time has passed. But if you said this, let's talk about quality music and the past, and that's why we were focusing more on the past. Well, yeah, timelessness can be
Yeah,
a
that
form
makes sense.
of
Makes sense.
popularity. That's true. That is true, right? But you can always test
Timeless
music,
could be timeless because of the quality.
right? But
Right.
I'm just using one measurement, right? There could be other measurements, like for example, the skill. Does the song have real emotion? Does the song have good words? So basically, it's just a simple definition. I mean, I didn't come up with it. I looked it up. As a simple definition, quality music is music that feels real and sounds good for a reason, not just because it's popular. Like, does
Right.
it sound good for a reason? So it depends on that reason. Like, people can listen to Beyonce and say late years later that her music is timeless, you know. Or we could be saying, well, it was just popular at that time. Just like, for example, with when people were listening to Vanilla Ice, right? And everybody was listening to Ice Baby, you know, and they were like, you know, it was everywhere,
Right.
right? And then right now it's like you can you actually listen to the whole song?
Yeah.
So it's like you can't. Is it timeless for because of the time that it was in? Was it well put together? You know, not really. It was just a it was just a song. What about that song where everybody keep Rick rolling people with that song? Remember that song? People used to you would click on a file and then it would be playing.
What
Never
song?
gonna give you. Remember that song? Never gonna give you.
Oh, Rick Ashley or Ashley or something
Yeah,
like
they used to Rick
that.
roll with that song.
Yeah. Yeah. That is wild that they like me because let's see what YM saying here. I don't think it's fair to tell someone else that they like me.
But
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
I don't even think people like. I'm not gonna tell my son that you like this song because it's popular. I ask my son why does he like this song. He tells me why he likes this song. I take it for face value and I keep it moving. He asked me why I don't like the song.
Ashley,
Like,
I thought it was Ashley.
yeah, like for example, if I had a daughter, which God forbid if I ever did, and she was listening to Sexy Red, right? And she was listening to Sexy Red, and Sexy Red was talking about, and you know the lyrics that Sexy Red is talking about. You can't tell me that she's gonna be saying to me, "This is quality." Man, everybody got a coochie. You know what I'm saying? Everybody booty hole is brown.
And substance is just not. You know, if it's not there, it's just not going to be there.
And then I'll say, yeah, you know, back in the day, they used to have Millie Jackson, and she used to talk like that too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, so are you listening to Millie Jackson or are you listening to her? Like I wasn't even listening to Millie Jackson. So, but I mean, there's songs that we listen to. But what I'm saying is, I'm gonna tell her like that's disgusting. Like I don't want to hear a song. I do not want to be in my car talking about my booty hole is brown. Okay, so that's just what I'm saying.
Too far, just too far with stuff in that one. You know, whatever. You know.
Yeah, but I can just listen. I do not like paranormal movies, right?
Mhm.
I just don't like them. Okay. But somebody could love the hell out of them paranormal movies, right? And they'll say, I'm not judging the person. They, that's their thing. I don't like those kind of movies. And if I say those movies is trash, I'm never going to tell them, oh, you just like that movie because it's popular. No, nobody really communicates like that. What I can say is that you're into, like, my son, he's into what's popular. He's always talking about what's on the billboards, what's charting. And then I always say, Young M&C was on the billboard too. Go listen to him. Go bust the move.
And I think the way that music comes at you now, there's no really trying to keep things chronologically, or the concept for the times and whatnot are very different when you have music that is supposed to define.
I
the
know
era
I
of the
said it
time.
word for word, but I really didn't mean it in that way. Like I said it for word. I was like, just, it was like my thought, and then I said it out loud. So that's all it is. All I'm saying is, if you ask me, like, I'm on a live stream at night. If you ask me, like, straight up, like, what I'm thinking, that's what I'm thinking. But
what are you in court right now? God damn!
yeah,
Relax, everybody.
But but I told you I'm not going to.
It's
I'm
back to
not
the
going to be
stenographer.
like,
Your Honor, did you
listen.
not say
Let me
this?
tell you how listen. Let me tell you something. The funniest thing ever to me was when my son was going to a track meet, and I picked up his friends all in the car, and I pulled up into the school, and I was playing that S-Clan song. And all the little friends looked around, they was just laughing, and then they started bobbing their head a little bit like, what is this?
Oh yeah, the youngsters
Okay,
do that.
what is this? So it's like I'm always going to, it's like what I tell people. I don't have nothing against white people. I just love black people more. I have nothing against young people. I just love my generation more. Like it's just, you know what I mean? That's just all it is.
True.
I'm an Xer. I listen. I love being an Xer. I will never change it for the world. You know what I'm saying? It's just like when people say. I think today they were talking about it on Miss Murph's channel. Like I would hate to be dating in 2025. Shit, I would not me. I would not
Nothing out there.
not
Nothing out there
exactly.
for nobody.
The experience is different. You know what I'm saying? Listen, when I was a kid, we didn't have to worry about the stuff we were doing landing on social media. We got away with a lot more. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really have Big Brother watching us as much, but we did have some restrictions. You know what I mean? But it's just like I just enjoy being me. But what I'm saying is that you know, hindsight 2020, I could think a certain way and think out loud because I'm with our generation.
I think I want to bring this finally to a close over there, but I'm gonna
Don't be making no video about me, YM.
I'm gonna put up. That's funny. Put up a question. So, since we were talking about quality before, and then you had mentioned the thing about dating today. So, as generations pass, are you not looking for a constant quality that you could agree on from generations in the past to generations now of what makes a good mate, not what makes an easy companion, but have the same qualities that you would look for, have those changed over generations as you would if you were to translate this over to any sort of music? Because saying that quality is quality all the way through for things.
Listen, listen. I'm prejudiced, so here's what I'll say. I'm gonna just call it out like this. I purposely seeked out somebody in my generation. I'll say that. I purposely based, a lot of things on common out, like where we have qual, where we have more in common, right? Personality traits, a lot of those things, and then whatever that was like a little different probably had to do with because we're different sex. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, like if I was dating somebody and I was like, I wouldn't date someone younger than me, and I wouldn't, I would still want to date somebody around the age bracket that I'm from, just because of the experience, just because of the music quality, the taste, the just being relatable. Like for me, everything is related to just being so relatable. I mean, we can have differences, like everybody has their own pet peeve and what they like to do, but there still has to be some type of commonality. You know, like
Right.
like we still got to share something in common. Like to me, like people always say opposites attract. Not necessarily. Well, it depends, but
No, that's just a thing, man.
it's a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like just like I like my music is how I like my mate. Similar. um but it's that's because I'm older now. Like if you're older, you're not as open as you were when you were younger. When you're younger, your nose is open. You don't know what you're going to experience.
Yeah, you're learning.
You're learning everything. As you get older, you're like narrowing down the field.
Right. Part of that is right. And I'm talking about exactly that. So whatever comprise your quality is composed of is what I'm talking about. I know the difference between qualities and quality. That's not what I'm saying. So basically the same question with that. But like, and basically running it like a parallel situation to what we were saying with the music. That's all.
Yeah, like quality versus quantity. And something easy. I like a little bit. I like a little bit like a man, like if I was single and I'm not single, I like a man with a little bit more depth to them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like a little bit more depth, a little bit more deeper, a little bit more knowledgeable. Like I don't mind, like me personally, I don't mind with being with somebody more knowledgeable than me, who have higher emotional intelligence than I do. Um, brother, of a certain age, you're a man. You know, there's different. Yeah, there's a difference. I'm
Yeah,
a
with
woman.
certain things, for certain
Um,
things. I hear what he's saying, though. I hear what he's saying.
yeah, but see, when you raise like little people, and you raise little people, and as a woman, and you raise little people, you give so much of yourself to them that now that when you get older, we're trying to reclaim your time. So it's different
Mm.
for for me as a woman. Like for a man, it might be a whole different thing. But when you are when you're a mother and you become one and you give all your time to everybody else, like I said, when you get older, you be wanting to reclaim your time. You be wanting that time, and you be wanting that time to be quality time. You do
Yes.
not want to waste your time as you get older. And when you're
You knock
middle,
out a bunch of the bullshit. You stop going to
yeah.
the shit that you don't want to go to, that's on the fringes and doesn't add to your quality of life and whatnot. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Younger than hello.
They're beating
Listen,
you up in the chat. God damn.
listen, I don't tell them. I don't have to tell anybody get off my line, because I don't, you know, like my friends are in rotation on purpose.
That is funny, man.
Quantity over quality, right? Or quality over quantity. I didn't even say the word quality. That
I did.
was
I
last
said that
call, and
way the fuck back. Yeah.
yeah, and then I'm being accused
Who's
just
saying anything about quality
because.
of quality over here? I just and it's true. I mean, I forgot what thing that I was at. Yeah, it's not. I was just making it's a false parallel. It wasn't even that serious. Tis that
Look, brother, of a certain age, you could be open all you want to, but all I'm saying is that uh,
now.
I'm I'm part of the Do Not Care Club, and if anybody knows what that means, I'm part of the Do Not Care Club. That means I have adult children, and I'm free.
One thing, you can you might want to argue is as you, and this is just opening up for other things here too, because I forgot I was having this discussion with somebody before. you What if your scope of quality increases? Like, as this age, I care about things that I couldn't even give a shit about, when I was at a different level of stuff, and when things were done, like the thread count of my bed sheets. I'm like, yo, I had to do that, my down pillows and all that sort of stuff, my towels, and ask me anything about the mattress I just bought. I could tell you, like, I got a PhD in mattresses now because I needed to buy a new one, and I really wanted to know what makes the quality, so
Exactly.
with the growth of that, the growth of your scope of quality also increases as you're exposed to more things, as you have the experience to other things that you have to compare, to other such things as well, all grows in time, I believe.
And exactly, your shoes become quality more because as you get older, you don't want to have bad feet.
Right.
Like
That's the other one.
yeah,
Right.
my pillows and blankets, quality. Okay, quality.
I don't know how much longer, brother of certain age. If you want to jump on anytime, that's fine. Don't even have to ask. But I didn't want to get
Quality.
trolled again, so I was ready to take the link down at any given time. Yeah, but I don't know. It's almost 4 hours.
It's your fault, YM, because I'm gonna start
Be on
saying
it
it.
long
I
enough,
might listen. I might even make a post about quality. Quality.
Yeah.
Well, we all know that quality is subjective because if Last Call gets his towels from Walmart and then he said that he gets the best towels out of Walmart and I get my towels out of Costco and I say I got the best towels, of course that is subjective to who has better towels, you know what I'm saying? But the point is that we are both seeking quality no matter what. Nah, Ted, I'm gonna put some on your cartoon, but it ain't gonna be that. Ted, cartoon making is like
But
like
what's your idea of quality, Tiz? To put it in cartoon of quality.
Cartoon. Well, Walmart has different types of towels. Like they got some good towels.
They got some decent ones there.
They got some
You got to
decent
pay
ones.
for it.
Those real thick ones, the ones they're really thick and more. They do have better, but I was talking about them like $2 towels that they be having there.
Yeah. Side by side. Anything now, at a certain age, that is the main thing, man. To get so you even you think as a young boy, bachelor pad, this and that. You're not thinking about the quality of your towels, the mat, even curtains or your sofa. If you buy your like a real sofa, you're not just getting some hand me down or some shit. You're like, for me at least, I'm like, what makes this quality? What's the quality?
Well, let me tell you
That's a whole
something.
other thing.
At my age, you need a quality fan. That's all I have to say.
Did you say fan?
Yes, quality fan.
Breaking out in sweats and stuff.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I got a fan that you can unattach, take it outside, have it follow you around. I mean, it's crazy. I spent good money on it too.
And
I
food
see,
too.
it just blows right in my face while I'm sleeping.
Quality register.
Tiz, I'm not gonna get off of here and be like, let me make Tiz a cartoon. It doesn't happen like that. The process is just one day I'm just chilling, bored, not doing nothing, and then somebody becomes a character. That's just how it happens. The only reason why the whole sector is a character is because I was practicing how to make them, and I needed something. I needed people.
You get it where you get it. You get it where you get it. I'm just saying, you get a little older, and you're like, I like this towel.
All right,
I like the feeling of these socks.
Tiz, send me an image because I need something to work with. Like, do you want it to be with your hair or without your hair? Like back in the day, like how you look with dress or without your dress. Like that's the two. We're not even serious. That's the funny part.
I'm not angry at all. I'm just talking about.
Serious. We just
not that invested in it, man.
So I should have been drinking. No, listen. I bought a bottle of water, right? Called like Mountain something like that. It looks like a 40, and I was like, look.
Why would they market it like that?
No, it just looks like it. I mean, it's just in a green bottle, and it's glass. I got it from Sprouts, and so I was like, I was just like, I walked in the house. I was like, look at my 40. You mean your water? I was like, why I can't still act like I'm, you know what I mean? Why I can't act like I'm out here thugging? You know what I mean?
up like that. What if I could get here enough to in time enough to relax, you know? But I don't even buy anything to keep in the house.
Emmanuel said that I should make a cartoon of everybody working at my imaginary company.
You remember that? Emmanuel's your first employee, man. Sucking up to you.
Emmanuel works for. Emmanuel's gonna
Fake
be the
ass employee. Shell company.
Emmanuel's gonna be the first one hired, right? And all he gonna do is just make sure that everybody is working. That's it. I'm gonna hire him to be a boss.
Emmanuel's not gonna be my boss. No, hell no, man. Manuel, I'd like to talk to you about coming in late. Fuck you, Manuel. Go back. Don't tell me shit. Oh man.
Let me tell you something. At this age, I have a sense of humor and I just be trying to dream. You know what I'm saying? Stop holding me accountable. Listen, I could be over here. I could be doing all kinds of things. I could be getting high. I could be drinking, but I'm here. Sober.
This is the head of your company, people.
So
this is the head of your company getting high. What a bad example. What does she expect you guys to do? To be working while she's enjoying herself, man? Yeah,
be out here. No, I'll be traveling.
She won't even be in the office. God damn.
Shit, they gonna have to FaceTime me. What's going on? I have cameras.
I don't know if I answered you, brother, of a certain age. I don't know how much longer. If you wanted to,
brother, I can't make a cartoon of you because you already have a cartoon of yourself.
Does he?
Yes, I can't. I can't do.
You put something in there. He wanted one off his avatar now.
I can make you do things, but you already have a cartoon of yourself. But I do think, you know what? I ain't even gonna lie, brother. I do have a cartoon of you. I ain't gonna lie. Yes, I do. I just thought about it.
You thought of a concept?
No, I already have. I already have a cartoon of him. I actually do. I did make him. I did make you. I made the whole sector actually.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, it's scary. Yeah, I did. I made the whole sector.
Bunch of images. Yeah, brother of a certain age, man. He loves the AI version of himself.
See, this is how I see things. Okay, so brother of a certain age, he doesn't cause no drama. He's just chilling. He's enjoying himself. He getting in where he fit in. He's out the situation. So he's not behind no controversy or anything like that. So he good. But like I'm looking at my little folder now. Everybody is
be in the strip. Cartoon gonna be in the strip. You talking about a cartoon strip, or what are you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're making a cartoon like that, like a Sunday morning.
Okay, I found brother. Let me move him onto this screen so I can show you. I did make him before.
You made this. What are you showing us? This is going to be a brother.
I made him a long time ago.
Oh, this is interesting. Did you make it in his true likeness or the way that he makes his avatars with?
I think it's in his. I think it's his avatar. Like, so let me.
Gives himself abs and shit. This guy.
He might like it. Look, he'd
probably like it.
He might like it. Okay, let me see if I can pull it.
That's not it.
Let me go to image file.
What was I doing? I was putting some stuff together lately.
Let me move this one.
That's that. What's with the smoke? What's with the mystic?
That's what he did. I think brother, I made you. See, there you go. That's his emoji right there.
What's with the hooded thing? Is that some Star Wars type
That's
deal?
what he
What's with that?
has on. Look at his thumbnail.
I know. So now's a good time.
Let
I
me.
never know what kind of nerd thing, what kind of universe that is. Lord of the Rings or what's that all about? What kind of nerd thing is that? A brother of a certain age. What is this? What does he say here? Joe has a
Yeah, do
cartoon
you
that
see him?
says Space Pat and B. Then last call is at the end. Nah, homie. We starting this again. We know you are fifth, sixth pod member over there, man.
He said he liked it, but yeah, I made that a long time ago.
I like it too. It's cool, man. It's cool. That's all. But what's the hood? What is that from? Is that like? I'm serious. Is
Look
that a
at
Star
his
Wars thing?
avatar. I don't know why he made himself into that
Yeah,
on
that's what I feel like it is,
his
Tiz.
thumbnail.
No, so I know that. Is it from anything? Because I know he takes these characters
He said he's
and
a dark Jedi, so
a
there you go.
dark
Now I can make
Jedi.
it in. I can make it into anything. I can make it into like I put color into it or whatever. But yeah, like I can actually make him come out of this circle. Like I can have him standing up, looking like a Jedi. I could do all those different things. I just haven't.
It's like he's from the EPMD video. So what you saying? Oh, these dudes at the
Yeah,
end, man. He's one of those dudes.
yeah. So like I said, you'll be surprised. Everybody's cartoons.
All right. One day, if we display them, if you want to, or you just got to hold on to them until it comes up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, like I said, you make things a while ago. Look, YM's emoji is a cartoon too, but
The one she has now, the one
no,
she's using now. Oh, it's a different one.
the old ones. Yeah, that's why I say I hurried up and made sure I got everybody because you never know. But yeah, I can make it like I could take that one image of him and make him make him into a full character if I wanted to.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
but
Moses.
I'm sure Rodney probably. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sure brother of a certain age would probably allow us to do that. I don't know why I called him that. I think I called him that because that was his name when he first came into the sector. Sorry.
I didn't know that until the partners. I think Tiz was calling it, which made me slip up and call him that once too. But it's not out of maliciousness.
My bad, brother. So like see, these are characters that are supposed to be like unlocked, but I'm being nice tonight, and I unlocked brother a character on the show.
All of these are accurate, by the way. To be Noah's Ark, any of this, Robin Hood, whatever he wants, he could go. That look could go with any of those. His mystic thing that he's going with. But that is, I do like that.
It just depends on how he wants. Like if he asked me and said, could you make me do, make me, sit in a chair, or I don't know, like how he would want it. But usually it's just comical.
That's all right. We like this. He's like, I am who I am. He's Popeye. When they dig into my
brother, ain't nobody gonna dig into our boring life. Like our lives are so boring. It's insane. That's why I say it's a waste of time.
Waste of time. That's good stuff, man. If you have all of that too.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in seeing Tiz. What would you put in? I guess there's no real background that you could put for him. Yeah, I guess you would make it.
I can make Tiz. I can do Tiz too, but he I don't know. He doesn't have his background up because, like, I have to snatch it and then I have to kind of manipulate it. Like I could pull brother out this circle and make him into just him standing alone by himself.
Mm-hmm.
But I liked it. Well, the reason why I took this image because I actually like it. I actually like, like the cartoon, like the art pictures that he actually used.
You
for him.
mean that he's using now?
Yeah, like he used different
Yeah, they're
ones.
both good. They're both good.
Yeah, I kind of like. So yeah, I was
Mm,
trying to see who else I had on here that was worth even exposing.
oh man. Oh man.
No, it's just me. Like I got myself a bunch of times, like different ones. Cause this was like the original sector. Is YM still here? Or did she leave?
YM be dipping in and out. I have 5 pages going.
I have to send it to her because she probably would like it and want to keep it. She'll be like, "You made me." No, well, I didn't make her. I made her thumbnail.
That's cool, man. You wanted to circle around. Yeah, I forgot what it was, but I think you whoops, did you do that? I think you may have had some Halloween stuff to talk about.
That was it. I showed you it already.
That was it? I thought it was gonna be a whole big thing.
No, that was my I showed you like I can make Halloween costumes.
Oh, okay. I thought it had a whole bit of a different
Nah,
production going on over there.
nah. It still goes over here. Last call, I'm gonna make you a Halloween costume. You're gonna be like, what?
I don't know. You know, I'm not with the frills, man. So whatever's in there. Quick note, I wanted to throw some while we have people in here. I don't know how deep you get with the Halloween. I remember Brother of a Certain Age from last year as well. I think partners really do thematic stuff like that. And of course, I spent the whole of October. Every pod was on Halloween for October. So I've relegated it to the 2 weeks. The last one, I think Halloween is on Friday, and do it the week before that. So I'm going to throw out some stuff and definitely have a new watch list also with that. But I wanted to throw one question out at least because you guys are here. I was watching some stuff and a new question came up. You know, when you say the best of this, who has the more screams, what's the goriest, this and that. I got one for now that I'm going to lay you with now so you could do the homework. And if there's 2 more Fridays left, we'll be doing whatever the last 2 Fridays are in October is when we're going to concentrate a little bit more on Halloween and do it like that. And again, I urge you, go back like a year ago. If you got nothing to do, what you probably do. But me and the Frauding Charlatans had quite the conversation on horror movies and stuff in his writing and really got to talk to him about things that he's into and his inspiration way back then too, man. So very, very cool. So one of my questions is I'm going to be trying to come up with original stuff if we get a panel and people to come on with and talk about the stuff I want to talk about or they want to talk about associated with Halloween. I like this one. What is the best chase scene in a horror movie? We always make the joke, you know, gonna be like white women falling down in a scary movie, like that deal. And it's always funny because they find a way to trip over air. You know, like whatever's not there, running zigzag over stuff, falling, and just sloppy running instead of just getting in the stance and jetting across, hopping the fence, getting in the car, for Christ's sake. But there are some, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre would be mine, when he's not running like a zombie. He's running like a real person with a chainsaw, ends up falling and cutting his own leg. But the point, you can't see what's around these sheets. It's very suspenseful and anxiety-filled time in there too. So that's an example of one of the questions. If you guys got an answer, go put it down now, you know, over there, man. But that's the kind of thing that I'll be wanting to go through and showing clips everything that we did, if there are any new ones, do we follow up on any other films? It's in public domain since we did movie nights and we vowed to do some more movie nights. Night of the Living Dead from George A. Romero, the original one from back in 1968, is public domain, I believe. So maybe if we want to have a watch party or save that for Halloween night, if you guys feel like you want to do that sort of thing, we could probably make, Halloween night or the one before, the weekend before, a nice little movie night, watching night for us, in a Halloween spectacular, if that sounds good. You know what I'm saying? Already. All right. I'm just saying it sounds good. Already like that idea.
Look,
all right.
I'll be giving out candy that day.
Not at the time of our pod.
I'll be standing by the door. I'm just kidding.
The hell.
Look, hopefully there's no kids coming at my house at 8:00 at night around that time.
Nah, and we could leave it up to Joe to dress up the site a little bit, to put on a background, to do. Hey, maybe you could do that, Joe.
Listen, I'll be sitting outside with my laptop. I got good internet right there.
You could do that, man. But set the atmosphere for it. You know what I'm saying? And you don't even stay out that late, because then the big idiot kids come by, and you gotta be like, get the hell out of here. That's what you say, get off my lawn.
Normally, I just leave the candy outside. I got a camera, so I'll be like,
It's amazing how stupid kids are. Like, I take the lights off and everything now. If I don't have to take my nieces or nephews out, even though I happen to be home, I take off the light. And make sure that there's no visible signs of anybody in the house. But somehow these idiot kids that want to be kidnapped ring the doorbell all the time. I'm like, no wonder kids get kidnapped, because they're seeing a house that is not inviting whatsoever. Park the car right up to the building. You can't even walk between the car and the building. So there's no need to come to the front door. But these idiot kids end up doing it anyway.
Oh, they do? Wow.
Yeah. But, I don't answer. I like that my dog doesn't make any noise for when I got him, Oh, yeah.
Man, mine's going to be out there. Woo!
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But he kind of likes kids, though. I figured out he doesn't understand what their purpose is in life, but he saw some kids the other day. I told them they all gotta sit down. Well, I gotta show you my dog, but sit down and he licked them all on their forehead, each as one of them, and then he left.
Oh boy.
He says, you bow down to me.
About dominance with it. Yeah, that would be a good idea, brother of a certain age. Actually, right as you said that, want to do a Final Destination series. That's a good idea, man, to go into that. And like you say, man, you dedicate it to our man Tony Todd. Has an interesting career. It's rough to see that last one. Actually, they're talking about a 7 now. But anyway, it's rough to see that last one of Tony Todd's condition. And again, remember, I questioned a few things. It looked like a lot of CGI fill in for Tony Todd's scenes, which, I wouldn't be put off by it. But, he changed so much, in his final days there, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. You're right. That'll be good. I like the theme already to do that. And maybe even outside of that, posing questions and stuff for what's logical if you analyze the way that they did die in a lot of those, because a lot of them, I can see that happen, but a lot of them so way out there, like death is constantly working towards you. In the mean place, man. Let's see, Tony Todd. That's rough. Yeah, it is a tough for the other one. Gotta pause for that, man. I mean, he was like 6 something, like he was a towering figure too, so he was a powerful presence in there. And I'm just saying because I've seen the clip of it again the other day, and I just was like, wow, man. And it was actually a video that was going over the last few Final Destination. So it's just like, man. Anyway, there's that whole depressing ass, situation too, man. Golly, But yeah, should do that. Josephine, get out. Get people in their Halloween costumes. Do that. See if they use it on their avatar.
Dressed up as dress up as a clown, a bird. I got a bird. We got a bird, a clown.
Oh yeah, you've been doing this.
Our first 48.
That's right. You've been doing this. That's right.
Yeah.
Man.
I've been doing this for a minute. I told you, it's just I just like making characters. Like it's just practice. I told you I was like, you know what? I'm going to be in the sector, and they have storylines. So let me practice using software and playing around. And I think I perfected it a little bit. Now I got to move on to something else. I'm trying to move on to video.
Now, are you utilizing your context channel?
Yeah, I will be. That was the whole point.
Okay. All right.
I got something I want to put on there anyway. I think I downloaded it. There was a video that I wanted to put on there, and then and then I think I want to talk about a topic about when women are on live panels, what that's like. So I might do that. But yeah, I have a video that I wanted to throw up there on the channel that I need to put, context on. But I think I'm gonna do something like kind of a little bit like what YM does, or what you do, where you give commentary on a video.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
Last Call Reacts.
Yeah, but it's gonna be basically about putting more context on something.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that for that. I mean, that's what the videos are now, man. People taking shit out of context, or doing it through the perception of how they want it. Using it in a biased manner. So expose it. That's what I say.
I'm laughing right now because I have brother of a certain age floating.
A what?
I made him floating right now as we were talking. I said, let me see if I can make an image of him floating. Oh, it's funny.
Seth Lord.
Yeah. Is he supposed to be well, he said he's a dark Jedi.
Dark, which is, I don't even know all that stuff. So.
You didn't watch Star Wars and all that?
I've never seen one Star Wars. After everything, all the books that I've read that I know, I just can't get on it, man. I just can't. I hate the hype that it has. I hate the nerds around it. I can't fucking stand Star Wars. Fuck it.
I like Marvel movies. Like I like those type of movies. Well, actually, my genre of movies that I like is action movies mostly. So I'm one of those. I was like a Bruce Willis girl, and then
yeah, I'm not a fantasy movie guy. That's just a whole different world to me, man.
I like fantasy movie ever since I seen Never Ending Story, The Time Bandits.
Well, you were a kid when that came out, but adult nerds, I don't know about you adult nerds.
Man, listen, I like Harry Potter too. Like I like Fantastic Beasts. I like all of that. Like if I'm gonna be in fantasy, I'm gonna be in fantasy world for real. Like I
Tell you
like
what,
to go to a movie and
I've
come
never
out.
seen one Star Wars, but I've
You
seen all the
ain't seen the
Sharknadoes.
first one? Yeah, I like Fantastic Beasts. That's the one I want them to go. Like I like watched Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I grew up with like reading stuff like that. I like
Yeah,
Lord of the Rings. You know, you're more into like horror. I'm more into fantasy. I like the books, fantasy books. I like
once in a while, I'll like something like I like Pan's Labyrinth, which I got to put on my from Guillermo del Toro, who also just did Frankenstein, so I got to watch that too. Um, but you know, fantasy like how Pan's Labyrinth was, I could watch that a million times over. There are certain things that I am into like that, but there's certain things that I just didn't even really get into, and the more time goes and people are like fanatics of it, kind of repels me off of it, you know. So that's just kind of my thing. I'm really not against it. I really don't care like that. But it's funny, and we're talking about how things are popular and whatnot, where you don't even really have to subscribe to the series or even commit to it without even knowing the references and all that. Somehow you know that shit. that's how demanding and crazy of an influence those things had coming out. You know, Emmanuel's one of those.
You're gonna have to
I get it. Trust me, I get it, man, and it's whatever.
listen. Return the Jedi. I wasn't really like when they remade the movies and went back and in time. I wasn't really into those ones, but I was into the ones that had the original cast. But I like Marvel movies more than I like DC movies. I love comic book movies, and so that's just is what it is. And I like action movies.
You know what I like doing with these nerds to Star Wars? You keep intentionally mixing up Star Wars and Star Trek, talking about it. They get angry.
Star Trek.
You ask them Star Trek questions when you really meet Star Wars, and you just watch their face. Disgust.
Yeah, man, listen, you know, in my working in like technology tech jobs, you always those type of guys that were into like Dungeons and Dragons, they're very very techy, but they just don't have no social skills, and they're weird, and they always use Star Wars or Dungeons and Dragons analogies when they're trying to explain how they put tech things together.
Yeah, you get that, man. Brother of a certain age said you're reading that, or you're listening to the Asada Shakur.
Listen, I'm finna mess with Tiz. Tiz, what's another word for? Tiz, what's another word for subjective?
It's all subjective. It's subjective.
What's another word for subjective, Tiz?
What the hell? Trying to get... I hear you, man. You guys are serious about your stuff. Don't worry. It's all cool. I can dig it.
The autobiography of Malcolm X.
That was the one that woke me up, you know, as a younger dude. Put a lot of things into perspective, and that was a real down to earth read and motivating and everything.
I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when I was sixth grade.
Yeah. Was it was it in the curriculum, or was it
No, it was a required reading by my mother, my parents. We read we had to read books. But when I was in high school, my English teacher introduced it to the class. But they said they don't teach that stuff in school. It depends on what school you go to.
Right. They wouldn't.
Yeah, they taught it in my school, but see, I went to, I went I went to schools where, like, I had my junior high school. We had an African American studies class in our school because we lived near a military base, and there was a lot of military men and women coming there, and so the schools catered to us more. So I went to a science and math matinee school, and like, so yeah. But the only thing that was hilarious about it was that all the black kids in the class in the school was in that class. So, it was like, yeah, we
Went in
all
there like that Chris Rock joke.
yeah.
You took Black History because you thought it was going to be an easy class, and then you went in there and found out you knew nothing about Black history. Said Martin Luther King was the answer for everything.
Man, listen, I knew a lot of black history because I grew up in I went to all black schools before I moved to the West Coast. However, the class was not easy, but it was good. I'll never forget her. Her name was Miss Noble. She taught us black history. She had a
Noble.
Yeah, Miss Noble.
Wow,
Yeah,
right
Noble. That's Nobles is her last name.
Okay.
But yeah, it was the best class I ever had.
That's good. Good, because you probably got that information, and you were probably woken up.
Yeah,
Do
that
some
was
things and about yourself. Yeah.
That was in 7th grade. No, it was I think, like, that was the year before they made, a big deal about the Martin Luther King holiday. And then we were like, yeah, it was like I used to go to these black youth conferences every year at ASU. So yeah, so we would go to black youth conferences and stuff like that. So we were like really very pro black. Like I just remember, like, everything was, we were just that. I've always been that way my whole life.
Yeah.
But I've always had black books in my house. Everything. My parents had everything: encyclopedias, the Quran, the Bible, books, Terry McMillan books. When I was about 13 years old, I was reading Donald Goin books. I was buying them at the bookstore. The bookstore was next door to Montgomery Ward's. I'll never forget it.
That is dope. I wish I read more as a kid, but I didn't. Some of the we did have a lot of books back in the days. You just did. Had a lot of from wherever anybody went. You had the books and the encyclopedias and stuff. I read a lot later in my life when I was, I consider myself a late bloomer in terms of when I finally went to university for like the third time is when things just started clicking. I was more interested in stuff and having conversations. Like one of the things I would do in class, I would go, I don't even want to say it like that, but I would kind of go back and forth with the professors, not out of, there's some asshole students that want to challenge the professors. What about this? That was my attitude. Like I really wanted to know. I really wanted real, genuine answers of things that I thought about because my mind was open when I would read this stuff. I would read, whatever text it was, the footnotes, whatever the hell it was, because I was just so hungry for knowledge, back then as well, man. And, I just, obviously people go to school for different reasons some people just want the grade, like whatever for the grade. I remember going back and really immersing myself in the information and questioning a lot of it. So when I started putting my hand up and all that, and participating in class, it really came from a place of interest and intrigue, back then too, man. But
Yeah, I know. That's what I remember when I took Western civilization, and then by the time it was over, I asked her. I said, "How come they don't talk about African and Black people?" She was like, "Oh, you got to take anthropology for that." I said, "Oh, okay. Well, and that's exactly what I did, and that's when I learned about the Nubian civilization and all that other stuff." But Defrauding y'all.
The fraud, and we talked about you tonight, man. What's up? You remember the conversation we had like a year ago about Halloween, and you were saying about the real horrors that you experienced that make the story for you, like damn.
He wants to do it again. Look, Defrauding. He wants to do it again. We need you on the 30th.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. Oh yes. So the 31st. Is it the 30? Did you look at the date? So I think the 31st is a Friday. So as keeping in regularity, when I do the show, we're thinking of at least half, because it's not going to take the whole thing. It's between an hour and a half movie. Since it's public domain, we're going to be playing Night of the Living Dead. The original one, 1968, George A. Romero. So we'll be able to do that, broadcast that for a little bit, a little chatting, good atmosphere, do what we got to do to be in the Halloween mood, and we watch this old classic, man. And I've heard the commentary to that, all of that, so we could have our fun just playing that quiz. We do apparently have good documentary and movie nights over here too. Good. So definitely do that. I'll try to send out, the notifications and stuff. People have that too, and we could do it how old people do. Okay, yeah. Take your son out. I know you gotta do that. I'll rock in the show, doing some stuff, asking questions and all that too. Yeah, we have to do as a system. I don't know where everybody is. Let me see if I remember this. I was involved a few years ago when it was coming out, but I've since moved where I used to work with that barbershop books. Have you guys heard of that at all? This is interesting because Tiz, when you do your black businesses on your your podcast, this is one that I couldn't think of, but when you do get a chance, look up barbershop books. This is this guy, Alvin Irwin, I believe is his name, who is trying to enter the comedy world, who his initiative was exactly that, putting racks of books in barbershops for kids, because it promoted literacy and reading time with mostly fathers and boys, in those environments too, man. And it was a big initiative, and I've seen it grow over the years. I'll tell you how I was involved if anybody wants to get in there one day, but there is a way that you could sponsor it too, which I was able to get some people to do, so just neat concepts and stuff. And of course it shows. I hate reading on the phone or computer. Like if I'm reading a book, I like a hardcover book, or sometimes driving, I like to listen to the audio, but I'm the type to zone out. If I'm hearing people talk, it's this background noise, and eventually I'll realize, holy shit, I haven't even been listening. When can we do Halloween movie watch parties? You asked? Oh, wait, I'm a few messages back. So I hope you sent this after I said all that. So that Friday of Halloween would be it, but you said that you would be here.
The Friday. We should watch first Michael Myers.
Yeah, it was. His last movie night was epic. That was a good one, man. We had a ball. Manual, definitely. Barbershop books. Yeah, man, check it out. But then again, it's regional, so they might not even have it in certain states. But by now, he probably does. Iceberg Slim. Sold on Ice. That one too. There's a bunch that should be in Soul Brothers, Soul Sisters canon, that you should just know. When I had my so-called makeshift library in my place, I had to make sure we had all these things out, yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah, do that, Tiz, man. I bet you'll like what you see with that too. I might actually do a search to see how far they got with it too. First Michael Myers. You see, we got to do the ones I'm the worst at knowing how this copyright thing goes. So I might but I know Night of the Living Dead is public. What the hell did I say it was? Public domain. So we have to find others like that. Maybe those creature features. Maybe if we watch it a different way or something like that, that's possible too. Or, we can't just play, whatever it's going to be. But yeah, the point should be that it's an actual classic that we check out, man. Candyman, yeah. These are all good ones. But it's good to watch the classics too. Yeah.
Candy. I've never seen the new Candyman. I only seen
Either have I. Watching remakes are tough,
Yeah, they are.
even though it might have a different perspective or they cover a little bit more or something like that. But we could do some we could even do some Hitchcock ones because he's supposed to be the man of the hour around this time, right? If we want a different view, it doesn't have to be gory. It could tell that suspenseful story the way that he's used to doing that too. Find one of the movies they watch in the streets. I see. So display it as though it's the show, like replay the show. We'll find some good stuff. First one, we'll start with Night of the Living Dead, unless some other one, captures our interest first. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, he is dope, Tiz. So you can't go wrong with a few of those. I would do a Rear View Window, man. That one has people screaming at a certain point. So we'll see how it goes. So stay tuned for those things, man. And I think we might be close to
Closing out.
closing it out. I was tired to begin with. I'm glad we lasted so long over here. So I know I'm going to be able to pass the hell out, man.
Me too. I'm gonna have look. And I got a 3-day weekend too.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a great movie maker just because of how he put that in there. Sterling, I like Sterling too because he was such an advocate for equal rights and stuff. Like that was his whole thing. I think we may have talked about this even last year sometime. I learned that his first episode to do Twilight Zone was initiated because over the Emmett Till case, he wanted to write something around there like Twilight Zone has very close ties with the Emmett Till case and the message that Rod Sterling wanted. Rod Sterling, the Twilight Zone, that's that guy. Tiz. And that's why he which DeFraud says over there too. I'm late. I'm always late. Yeah, he was very socially aware and tried to push stuff, and they really tried to hold him down for a lot of the ideas that he had and trying to bring people together, man. So it's interesting. It's interesting, man. Brother of a certain age. All right, damn everybody. I thought you were gonna come up, brother of a certain age, but it's too late now because we're definitely signing out. Joe.
Yes.
You got anything?
No. Thanks for having me up. I appreciate the time. It was a good conversation. But thanks for having me up. Thanks everyone for coming to the show. And defrauding, we're holding you to it too.
Yeah, man. Don't go out with your kid and then sit on the sofa eating candy.
You see the Frownies emoji?
Yes, and it's orange now. He's doing the purple thing, but because it's October, he's oranged out. I've noticed that. And is this the work of you?
Yeah.
And there you go, folks.
He's oranged out. I like
oranged out for October.
It's
did
dope.
He send you that idea to do that, or did you know that he would want that?
He had an emoji, and I just kind of like freestyled it. I liked the way it looked, so I said, "Let's run with that," And so he liked it. Yeah, so I created it. I like it because it's inspired by those little figurines that we used to have, Macho Man's, the little macho, those little kid figurines. They were like orange looking. Like,
Okay.
you don't remember those little Macho Man figurines?
Kind of, sort of.
They were collective items.
The what?
They were collective items.
I don't know. I don't know what's collectors. I never had no collectors items. I was growing up. The deal is,
Did you play with toys?
yeah, I did have toys. A lot of toys, by the way.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm just like, I cut off all that stuff, video games, everything, man. Just remember, and I started working when I was young too, man. I was a kid busting tables like at 14, just because I could. I got a job somewhere. So even like from elementary, I had a little something to go to while people were getting in trouble and shit. And that manifested into more work. And, if my boys wanted a job, when sooner than later I was working in the kitchen or, getting drinks and all that. Yeah, I'd help them out with that shit too, man. Doing all that.
You was an adult at a young age.
In a way, still pretty innocent enough because I was just getting into stuff, man. Wanted to know how things worked, and there wasn't a lot of resistance. Actually having a job and doing that stuff allowed me to do more things outside of the house because I was responsible to be there. If I was out anyway, I was like 14, 15 years old, working with the older dudes. They used to like to drink afterwards, so 1 or 2 o'clock, and I got to go to school the next day. But back then, you had you had the energy to be able to do that sort of shit, man. So yeah.
Man,
Oh, look at these motherfuckers. Look at you guys.
I used to work, hustle, and go to school. Every day I used to be outside. I used to come home from school, take a nap. I will always be outside, but I always had my school books and my homework with me. I was always finishing it.
Doing that, and I was still on sports teams and all that back then, and I had the energy to do it. Now give me one thing a week to do, one extra thing that I don't have to do. I'm like, God damn, when on Tuesday? Well, what time? And you're just finding reasons. Back in the day, you'd be like, work, do this after work, do this before school, hit the practice, this, that, the other. It's like, who was that person, man? That is just fucking
exactly
crazy. So yeah, man, you know what I'm saying with that. All right, people, gonna break it down. Very much appreciate everybody for coming through, hanging on, supporting the channel, putting your involvement in, the support, the engagement, everything that you do to make it what it is, man. A nice small community for us to come by, enjoy each other's company and discuss a few things, wrap it up at the end, and we're all friends and we can continue. So if there's 2 more Fridays left, you know what? I got the goddamn thing right here, or I thought I did, talking about the calendar. So, oh, wait, no. There's 3 Fridays. There's 3 Fridays left. So maybe start easing in on the 17th. That's the next Friday. And then there's the 24th where we'll definitely be doing some Halloween shit. And then there's the 31st where we'll do our hangout and our movie as well. Maybe, because I know I've been saying this for a long time, but I don't want to saturate it. Maybe we'll look at the Khalif Browder story on Friday because I really did want to get that in. I'd feel bad about playing something before I do that one. So let's have a little bit of a serious thing and maybe some social commentary from that one. Okay. And that'll lead us for what we do on the 31st. On the 24th, we'll just have fun, man. We'll have fun. We'll bring up whatever we got to do. Talk about some movies. Maybe one of the things a brother of a certain age did one time was have some trivia. So maybe we'll have some questions and discussions and stuff for you guys to get involved with, and you could do that too. And of course, anything's up for discussion, so we'll try to do that on the way. Talking about bars of soap, hilarious. And what are you doing? Am I showing that or something?
No, I have X quiz, so yeah.
Okay. All right. Other than that, everybody, very much appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of the day or the night. Enjoy the weekend. Whatever you're doing, be safe and be good to each other. Appreciate you, man. Power to everybody. Peace, peace, peace.